Кваліфікаційний центр активно співпрацює зі структурними підрозділами підприємств групи Ферекспо, що дозволяє ефективно залучати нових кандидатів в оцінювачі. Через цю взаємодію ми забезпечуємо постійний підбір висококваліфікованих фахівців, готових оцінювати знання, вміння та навички здобувачів. Така співпраця дозволяє розширювати мережу оцінювачів, що забезпечує високий рівень експертизи та надійності процесу оцінювання. Кандидати в оцінювачі отримують всебічне пояснення переваг співпраці з кваліфікаційним центром. Це не тільки можливість швидкого та зручного присвоєння нових кваліфікацій, але й внесок у збереження людського капіталу. Завдяки центру кваліфіковані працівники отримують шанс підвищити свій професійний рівень, а також знайти нові можливості для розвитку у своїй кар'єрі. Ми чітко дотримуємося умов відбору кандидатів на роль оцінювачів. Кожен кандидат повинен відповідати основним критеріям – наявність відповідної освіти та досвід роботи за фахом. Це гарантує, що оцінювачі будуть висококваліфікованими професіоналами, здатними надавати об'єктивну оцінку компетентностей здобувачів. Кваліфікаційний центр забезпечує повноцінну підготовку майбутніх оцінювачів. Створено спеціальний план мотивації, який включає як матеріальні, так і організаційні стимули. Бути оцінювачем – це можливість не тільки впливати на розвиток професійного ринку, але й допомагати іншим людям реалізовувати свої професійні амбіції. Це високовідповідальна робота, яка дає можливість для власного внеску в загальний розвиток суспільства. Ми також пропонуємо гнучкі та доступні онлайн-курси для навчання кандидатів. Завдяки такому формату кожен може проходити навчання у зручний для нього час. Окрім цього, кваліфікаційний центр забезпечує методично-організаційний супровід оцінювачів під час проведення процедур оцінювання, допомагаючи їм адаптуватися та впевнено виконувати свої обов'язки. Кваліфікаційний центр – це не тільки місце, де присвоюють нові кваліфікації. Це комплексний підхід до підбору та навчання оцінювачів, який гарантує високий рівень професіоналізму та прозорості під час проведення процедури оцінювання. Ми робимо все можливе, щоб наші оцінювачі були мотивовані, підготовлені і, найголовніше, задоволені своєю роботою.
Центр кваліфікації «Партнер Плюс» функціонує на базі Академії «Партнер Плюс». У кваліфікаційному центрі акредитовано 12 кваліфікацій. Фахівців б'юті-сфери наш центр кваліфікацій присвоїв та підтвердив 802 кваліфікації. Процедура оцінювання з професійної кваліфікації косметик передбачає 2 етапи. До оцінювання допускаються здобувачі, які заповнили анкету самооцінювання та й пройшли співбесіду.
Добрий день, Наталія.
Доброго дня, Катерина Ігорівна.
Я тримаю вашу анкету самооцінювання, за результатами якої ви можете бути допущені до процедури оцінювання здобутих компетентностей з професійної кваліфікації косметик. Скажіть, будь ласка, скільки ви вже практикуєте косметологію та де працюєте?
Практикую косметологію з 2017 року, коли закінчила першу базову освіту в «Партнер Плюс». Починала працювати найманим співробітником, потім відкрила маленький кабінет в Києві, а зараз я власниця маленької клініки.
Яку освіту ви маєте та які навчання пройшли?
Починала я з вищої медичної освіти, і під час проходження інтернатури я звернулася до навчального центру, де отримала свій перший сертифікат косметик. А надалі постійно проходила навчання або в центрах, де викладають по апаратним методикам виробники або офіційні представники.
Перед проведенням оцінювання здобувачів ще раз ознайомлюють з умовами, після чого вони приступають до першого етапу, а саме виконання тестових завдань для перевірки теоретичних знань. Другий етап передбачає виконання кваліфікаційної роботи, а саме виконання технологій косметичних робіт. До цього етапу оцінювання допускаються здобувачі, які успішно склали тести. Оцінка умінь здійснюється за визначеними критеріями та показниками. Результати комплексної оцінки знань та умінь здобувача кваліфікації косметик фіксуються у протоколі, на основі чого і приймається рішення про присвоєння кваліфікації та видачу фахівцям сертифікатів. Окрім цього, Центр кваліфікації уповноважений присвоювати та підтверджувати кваліфікацію масажист. отримання якої також розпочинається зі співбесіди зі здобувачем.
Скажіть, будь ласка, якими базовими знаннями та освіту, яку ви маєте, а також скільки часу працюєте масажистом?
Я маю диплом молодшого спеціаліста, спеціальність медсестринство. Також маю диплом бакалавра за спеціальністю фізична терапія, ерготерапія. Також маю посвідчення, спеціальність лікувальний масаж масажиста. Працюю в масажі я вже понад рік. Саме напрям антицелюлітний
шановні колеги.
Здобувачі
Через 4
кваліфікації
хвилини
масажист
розпочинаємо.
також проходять
Прошу
перевірку
займати ваші
теоретичних
місця в
знань і
залі.
практичних умінь за допомогою банку контрольно-оцінювальних матеріалів. Та за результатами проведеного комплексного оцінювання отримують відповідні сертифікати. За напрямом манікюрної і педикюрної справи Центр кваліфікації присвоює та підтверджує 4 кваліфікації. Манікюрна справа в Україні дуже популярна, а кваліфікація манікюрника трендова. Тому пройти оцінювання та отримати документ, який легалізує діяльність таких фахівців, важливо та переконливо. Здобувачі кваліфікації легко справляються із теоретичними та практичними завданнями. В ході оцінювання вони виконують тестові завдання та демонструють технології манікюрних робіт. За період функціонування Центру кваліфікації «Партнер Плюс» було присвоєно 504 кваліфікації за напрямом манікюрної і педикюрної справи. Усі дані щодо присвоєних і підтверджених кваліфікацій вносяться до Державного реєстру. Центр кваліфікації «Партнер Плюс» завжди чекає усіх бажаючих фахівців б'юті-сфери пройти швидку та зручну процедуру оцінювання та бути в гармонії зі світовими тенденціями визнання самоосвіти.
Сапери, які закінчують наш навчальний заклад, вони вже залучаються до роботи по очищенню місцевості від вибухонебезпечних предметів. Підготовка теоретична у нас здійснюється в навчальних класах. Це у нас один із навчальних класів, де здійснюється підготовка по засобах захисту, засобах пошуку. І також тут вивчаються у нас частково вибухонебезпечні предмети. Далі наступний клас у нас буде по ідентифікації вибухонебезпечних предметів. І також там проводиться у нас заняття надання долікарської допомоги. І зараз там якраз у нас проходять заняття. Проходять заняття, відпрацьовується питання надання допомоги постраждалому і підготовка до проміжного оцінювання з надання домедичної допомоги. Далі ми перейдемо в наступний клас. Цей клас в першу чергу буде використовуватися для модуля ідентифікації вибухонебезпечних предметів. Ми з вами знаходимося на навчальному центрі Центру підготовки гуманітарного розмінування. Він обладнаний декількома навчальними майданчиками. І один з навчальних майданчиків – це у нас розмінування вручну. Можемо пройти з вами, подивитися, де працюють сапери. Тут відпрацьовуються навчальні питання. По-перше, робота сапера, один сапер, один прохід. Можемо підійти більш детально це оглянути. Тут один.
One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. English channel sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Раз.
Костя, де мої слова? Добре. Ти включив? Костя.
Доброго ранку. Слава Україні.
And glory to Ukraine. With respect and pride, we want to express gratitude to our warriors. We respect the memory of the people killed as a result of the armed aggression of Russia, who gave their lives for the free and independent Ukraine, with a minute of silence.
Світла пам'ять про них завжди житиме в наших
The memory of them will always stay in our hearts.
Шановні пані та панове,
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to welcome you at the 5th Annual International Forum Human Capital Values Quality Development. The forum is taking place with the initiative of the National Agency of Qualifications with the assistance of
праці з Верховною Радою
Caritas. It is conducted with the assistance of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, Ministry of Education of Ukraine,
роботодавців на національному
with the representative of the employers and the joint
об'єднань профспілок.
agency that unites all the trade unions on the national levels and the National Ukrainian Technical University, Kyiv Sikorsky Institute of Technology. This year we're carrying out our event with the assistance of Caritas Ukraine
Проекту підтримка економічного розвитку
to support the project to help IDPs and the people affected by the war in cooperation with the Czech Agency for Development. This event has over 3,000 participants registered from all over the world, and we are happy to see such a distinguished audience today, despite all the challenges. The forum is a big platform for top discussions of experts in their field. This event brings together people who spearhead the human capital processes in Ukraine. This is the place where we develop our policies and the major directions for the growth of development of qualifications area. I want to introduce to you Yuri Balanyuk, the head of the National Agency of Qualifications Agency, to take the floor. Good morning, dear partner speakers, guests of the 5th International Forum, the Values, Quality and Development.
National Forum Human Capital Value Quality Development.
The Forum, the Human Capital, is not only about traditions, it's about a demonstration of our commitment to develop the National Qualifications System. I am proud of our consolidated decisions, the results that we managed to achieve over these years. The values, quality and development, these are the key factors that we develop at our National Qualification Agency. You probably all know that the biggest value of our country is the human capital. Our duty is to ensure that every Ukrainian can receive quality education and receive professional qualification. I believe that our goals and the productive work, exchange of experience, and other discussions will help to develop the best policies for the future. With all due respect, I want to give the floor for an introductory speech in the video format to the head of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Stefanchuk. Dear participants of the 5th International Forum, Human Capital Value Quality Development, I want to welcome you at this important event that brings together the leading experts, representatives of the government, education, business, and the international community for the development of the National Qualifications System. The Ukrainian people have proved that our biggest strength is our people. Our warriors on the front lines, up to every Ukrainian who is mastering new knowledge, new professions, developing new skills. We all are building the future of our country together. The Ukrainian parliament does everything possible to ensure adoption of legislation that will adapt our national qualification system to the European norms and ensure the development of the human capital. We work to make sure that the Ukrainian schools could have more opportunities to develop and become the center of innovations, and so that every Ukrainian could get access to education that is in line with the modern requirements. The Forum Human Capital is an effective platform to prepare decisions and ideas that will be the foundation for new laws. The Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine will always support any initiatives devoted to the development of human capital, strengthening the national economy and the European integration. Together we can make Ukraine strong, successful and European nation. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Mr. Stefanchuk, for your consistency in passing laws for development of the national qualification system. Education is about national security, and there is no two different thoughts about that. I want to give the floor to Mr. Lisavy, the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. Good morning, dear friends. I'm happy to welcome you to this forum. We started it with a minute of silence, and it is a tradition that starts every day in the system of education, in every school, in every university. This is how it should be, and it is important not to make this tradition into some senseless ritual. It is important to remember what kind of price we are paying today for the right to develop, for the freedom of choice, for the right to set our trajectories to our own success, being guided by our vision and by our mind. The education system must contribute to the implementation of this freedom, and so that everyone could use it as effectively as possible. Today we are talking about the investment in education. The ministry is working to develop the prerequisite for the development of the modern education, starting with the preschool education, all the way through the school, modern school, up to the professional level, and up to the level of university, and then later to the academic level, innovations, and then all the way to the economy and self-implementation in the constructive and effective work in social, economic, political, cultural, artistic, any other areas. Our system must be modernized in terms of the policies as well, on the basis of which it operates, and in terms of the infrastructure. When we talk about the reforms that we are implementing today, this is our homework that we must do to make sure that the investment and development of infrastructure are raised. Today we have three sources to raise big investment in education, international grants, international investments, and loans, credits from big international financial institutions. We have here representatives of businesses, people who can think rationally. No source will ever give money, no source will ever invest in a system that cannot critically assess itself, cannot analyze its effectiveness, and cannot use the resources that it already has. So we need to be as rational as possible to ensure the development of the educational systems in Ukraine, and that's what we've been doing. Our negotiations with such powerful institutions like World Bank are delivering results. We are raising money to the national budget with the reimbursement tools. Everything that we spend on schools, we return it back to the budget in form of grants or loans, and we can get even more investments, much more investment to renew and upgrade our education. But we need to continue our reforms. Today, we should not be afraid of changes. We should work to develop on every level, and we will get these investments. We have very good chances to open up new programs. You probably know that in summer we opened a loan program. This is a 1 billion worth portfolio. We already have over 400 million approved, and we already are using it, protecting the investment in education. And so and our recent negotiations with the World Bank mean that we will start also the same program for the preschool education, and we will expand the investment portfolio for the higher educational, tertiary level of education. Today we can create a totally different network and modernize our universities so that they become a new network of universities that has never been in place in Ukraine. Today we working on basis of Soviet heritage, network of Soviet type. We never invested big money into the educational area. Today we are talking about $100 million investment into each university, but we understand that the most successful ones would be able to get this money, those who can deliver best results in their regions. And business needs to be involved into these actions. An academic lyceum or professional vocational school and university, all these schools need to make sure that the business is one of the most influential players for them, because businesses are the beneficiaries of the product produced by schools, by the educational institutions. That's why that's what we are investing the money that we get from the budget into. We will involve business associations, and they will influence which equipment will be bought to which vocational school to train the expert that businesses need, that our industries need, that business communities need. These are the small spots, small areas that we work on in partnership with the Verkhovna Rada and other partners. These are the action that we take to implement the instructions of the President of Ukraine, and with the very active support of the Prime Minister. I feel unity, I feel commitment of all the branches of power to achieve the goal. The goal is to save the human capital. We are losing people on the front lines. We are losing people as a result of the acts of terror, as a result of migration or depopulation. And we talk a lot about that, but we also are losing quality of the human capital. If we don't develop the educational system and if we don't make it as efficient as possible. we are going down in terms of numbers, and we need to go up in terms of the quality. I want to thank all of our partners who support this rational approach and the reforms that we implement. I want to thank everyone who cares for development of human capital, invests time, money, and expertise. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you, Oksana Vasilyevich, for the care for preservation of the human capital. I want to know that the government and Ministry of Education introduced the law for development of National Qualifications System. It has already been referred to the Parliament for consideration. This is the result of our joint efforts. You probably know that the National Qualification Agency was established based on the EU association, Article 113. And today it is a very important point, because today we have a video address from Mario Nava, the General Director of the General Directorate on Employment, Social Issues and Inclusion at the European Commission. Mario, please, the floor is yours.
Dear esteemed participants, I am delighted to address this forum today. I would like to thank Ukraine's national qualification agencies, including Chairperson Balanyuk, for these great opportunities. This year marked an historic step for Ukraine, with the opening of accession negotiations with the EU in June. The accession process will drive Ukraine's progressive adoption of the EU acquis, including the EU skills and qualification network. I cannot stress enough the key role of skills in building socially fair and resilient societies and ensuring Europe's competitiveness globally. The European Year of Skills has been an important catalyst for progress, and Ukraine's active involvement is commendable. Today's agenda underscores the importance that skills and human capital play also in the context of the reconstruction and the recovery of Ukraine. In this context, we welcome the launch of the Skill Alliance at this year's Ukraine Recovery Conference, and of course we stand ready to contribute to its work. In addition, the new Commission, which has taken office since 1st of December, has made skills a top priority, with a plan to establish a Union of Skills under the stewardship of our Executive Vice President, Roxana Mințatu. The Union of Skills will focus, among others, on investment, adult and lifelong learning, skills retention and recognition, and skills intelligence. We encourage Ukraine to take full advantage of its participation in the European Qualifications Framework Advisory Group and to make full use of the Erasmus Plus grant for its national coordination point. Thank you very much again, and I wish you a very fruitful and productive forum.
Thank you, dear Mario, and we invite you to visit our country, Ukraine. Роботодавці – це основні гравці.
Employers are the main players who set the pace and who build the demand. You, Petro Vasilyevich, you as a head of the association, you represent the interests of the business and you present them at the forum, so please, the floor is yours. Thank you, dear colleagues, thank you, and my greetings to you. It is the forum number 5, and it's very good that it has been a tradition already. The full-scale invasion accelerated all the processes, in particular understanding of the value of the human capital, and that indicated that we need to be fast. We don't have much time. We need to think fast how to build our system of qualification, how to develop our economy, and how to do many other things. And today, before opening of the forum, we have already seen that we, in Ukraine, in particular the National Qualification Agency, how we all respond to the challenges that we are facing. We have a professional center for qualification standards in the area of demining, in the area of training of drone operators. And this is only a small part that we can see out of the whole network of 135 qualification centers that we have recently launched in Ukraine. For us as employers, that kind of consistent cooperation, coordination, and fast response is important, not only for us, but for entire Ukraine as well. The war made the challenges evident, and we came across a really big problem, the lack of qualified personnel. Some of our employers had about 10, 15, 20% of their staff volunteering and going to the army to defend our country. Some of the portion of personnel immigrated to Europe, saving their kids. And we certainly had to find a way to respond to this challenge, and the response is partially about qualifications. And we need to train our staff and give them a chance. If you talk about like a chance to take 2 professions or 3 professions, to learn how to master the professions. And this is kind of a way for us to support our economy and develop, and how to make sure that when our warriors who used to be employees and now they are fighting in the war, we need to make sure that they can come back to the civilian life and become employees again. And we need to work with the employees, continue working with them who are now defending us in the front lines. We need to make sure that they stay in perfect health. We need also to prepare that by the time we prevail in this war, our staff need to be integrated as fast as possible to the civilian life, to our companies, business institutions, and that's why we keep in touch with them all the time, and we try to satisfy all their needs.
And in cooperation with the National Agency for Qualification, or National Qualification Agency, State Employment Agency, our international partners, what used to be called labor market research is now a real instrument, a real tool to understand how we can influence the situation, not just post factum, but also think about the future, being proactive. And so I hope these discussions will be converted into real life decisions and solutions, and they will manifest themselves in the outcome. And the outcome should be victory of Ukraine, glory to the army of Ukraine. Well, dear colleagues, I've been looking around. The trade union part, the organized part, is the right wing. And there are some leaders in the left wing also, of this audience, of course. Left to my, I represent all Ukrainian United Trade Unions, Grigory Lysovy, with a pre-recorded message because he is in Belgium now. Esteemed participants of the National Forum, esteemed social partners, unfortunately, I have to record my message from Brussels. I'm staying here with the Ukrainian Trade Union delegation. Brussels is the heart of the European Union, as we all know, and understandably, the civil society and the trade unions are very active in joining different programs and which are being implemented between our state and the European communities. And the topic at the center of this discussion, well, I'm very glad that the initiator of this discussion is the National Qualification Agency. This is the issue of development of human capital in terms of value, quality, and the future. And this is of interest not just for us Ukrainians. All the world is in this competition for labor, human capital, and everyone is investing in this. So this is the value and the principal resource for innovative development of our economy, social progress for any country, and of course for Ukraine, which is going to compete with developed EU jurisdictions. We need proper capital, human and otherwise, with do things in quality and with a capacity to claim our proper place in the EU markets, but also in the global ones. So we need new approaches to education, qualification requirements for the workforce in the market for the present and the future, to provide for decent salaries, because this is about physiological reproduction of human capital. Physically, intellectually, people should be capable of doing their job, and this should provide for the income sufficient for decent lifestyles for the worker themselves and the family. So these are proper criteria for development. I represent the Trade Union Federation. Almost 3 million members in different walks of life, students, schoolers, and we are in cooperation now with the government at the legislative, executive level, with the associations of employers in terms of human capital, the resource and the reserve that will make it possible for us for the period of war and post-war period to first survive and secondly revive with a new quality and general well-being. So let's work together in order to introduce our new statecraft. So I wish you a very good discussion indeed. As an outcome of this forum, I expect some recommendations. And the President of Ukraine recently represented his resilience plan, mentioned among 10 principal points of this plan human capital. So let's join the forces to implement such directives for human capital development. Thank you very much and have a great conference. Thank you, Grigori. This forum would have been impossible had not been for Helvetus. We'd like to thank all the sponsors and Petro Pesce, head of Helvetus with Inter-Cooperation in Ukraine. Please. From Czech Republic. And we can.
It's a pleasure and a great privilege to represent here the Czech people, and as a country director for Ukraine, for Helvetas, the Swiss people as well. So Czech Republic and Switzerland is proud to support the development of the human capital. We are here and we will stay here until the victory, and we will keep supporting Ukraine for the next 20 years. We have experience to do this in other countries in Europe. We have big presence in the Western Balkan countries, in Moldova, in Georgia, and in other countries outside Europe. So we are very happy to have partners like the National Qualification Agency And we fully support the Jakis rozvitok cienist.
And we are supporting.
We are open to partnerships. Please reach to us, and we are looking forward to cooperation and really building this country for the future. And personally, I can tell you that I work in many countries, and the best people that I had the privilege to work with is in Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Дякую, шановний Петер.
Thank you, Peter. You have noticed probably that we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the library of KPI, National Technical University, KPI, Kyiv Polytechnical School, named after Igor Sikorsky, Rector Anatoly Melnichenko. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Yuri. Dear participants, dear colleagues and partners, it's my great honor, our great honor, to receive this proposal to accommodate the forum on our premises, on our campus, because universities constitute perhaps the most important element for human capital enhancement and building. Well, I represent universities as a system, and it is extremely important to engage higher education for development of human capital. Alexander was right. We have to retain, of course, but also to develop. Ukraine shall win and shall provide for, after the war, recovery with the human capital and workforce, of course, but also technology making. The economy of the future, as we understand, will have a slightly different structure, and that will provide for success of development. And what is important here is to provide for the quality of education, proper education that will help us compete successfully with European universities. And this is a priority to us. We have our colleagues from other universities, from Kyiv National, Taras Shevchenko University, Zaporizhzhia Polytechnical, Dnipro Polytechnical School. And during this last year, everyone detected the craving of business for highly qualified cadre. Well, many people are drafted now. Some, unfortunately, fled and went abroad. So we need human capital. We need it in quality. We need it badly. And almost every day, every one of us receives some employers, potential employers, but they are looking for highly qualified, high-quality human capital. That's what we call it. Our university, of course, is one of the drivers of this process. We are looking for the right people. This is a natural competition, mind you. In this natural process, we have to determine what is to be called high-quality education. Our Ukrainian universities, I think, are in position to provide for this, for high-quality human capital, and create all the grounds for our growth and our victory. I'd like to express my belief, my firm belief, that at this forum here on the campus you'll be able to work very effectively, and we will try to play excellent host to you. Thank you very much, and thank you. Thank you for this. Thanks to all the speakers, and I wish you a good forum, the 5th forum, Human Capital Value Quality Development. It's open now. Thanks to all the keynote speakers, you can follow our streaming session and get the agenda on the website of the forum and the agencies, media resources. Your integration, this is a qualification, will start at 9:45. Треба
Маленьку
Чек. Англійський канал, чек 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Як мене добре чутно чи ні? Зв'язок. Чек, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9.
Ви будете...
Шановні гості, прошу займати ваші місця. За 2 хвилини розпочинаємо наступну сесію.
Дякую тобі. Дякую тобі. 1-1. А моє де? Костя, де мої слова? Де мої слова? Вони були на трибуні.
Колеги, прошу займати свої місця.
Пане Василь Андрієв.
Я зараз уйду. Галина Миколаївна. Я виступаю сьогодні. У нас курс прямо зараз працює. Заснов. Кваліфікаційний центр. Активно розвиваю.
Костя, включи мені. Ні, не включено. Включено.
Рада, можна з вами познайомитися? Все. Я пішов. Я потім прийду ще.
Вітаємо усіх учасників форуму «Людський капітал».
We would like to greet participants of the forum, Human Capital, Value, Quality and Development. So please join us with the comments and questions, maintaining the feedback line. We start our panel, Your Integration for the System of Qualification. Human Capital, reducing the human gap. We heard the statement even over the break, so the moderator is Yuri Malanyuk. Dear colleagues, development of the National Qualifications System is of priority as a task for our statecraft and in conditions of Euro integration participate, especially. This is playing one of the prominent roles for integration in the international labor market. For competitive ability of every country, for Ukraine, it's an opportunity to create conditions for the Ukrainian workers to have equal opportunities with European peers and for the employers to have accessible markets. This year, we conducted a lot of work. The National Agency for Qualification, together with the ministries and other stakeholders, on a permanent basis, are busy maintaining talks with the European Commission or for labor and employment. We are grateful to the Commission for providing accommodations for improvement of the national system of qualification. The initiative of the Committee for Social Policy and Protection of Veterans' Rights of the Parliament, the National Qualification Agency, with the support from the Committee on Education and Science on the 1st of November 2024. The roundtable was conducted, during which some challenges were voiced as to our accession to the EU. So let's compare the national framework for qualification with the European one, regulation of the occupations in the legislation using SQL terminology, EU databases for integration of the labor market, especially with development of professional standards and placement of those standards in the database. Identifying the role and place of micro-qualification for the National Qualification System, providing for quality of the national system of qualification through update of the legislation. The speakers of this panel are national and international experts in the sphere of labor market, global labor market, and I hope that they will share their understanding of the prospects for development of the national qualification systems. I'm inviting you to be active with your statements and questions. Head of the Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament on Social Policy and Protection of Veterans' Rights, Halina Tretyakova. Madam, the floor is yours. I think I expected Serhiy Babak to be the first to speak. And let me turn the floor to Serhiy. I think that he will discuss the technical nuances, and I will do the sweeter parts. Qualification is his realm for the system of education. We deal with the labor relations and for the economy, how this is to be integrated. Well, that's how we deal with the hot potatoes in the parliament. Well, thank you, Halina. And let me start with what Yuri said at the beginning. The Committee of Ministers tabled at the Parliament 2 days ago the National System of Qualification. And I am prepared to give the floor to Halina. But in fact, we have not seen the text. The text is not available on the site. And the Cabinet have not had enough time to reconcile that with us. And you'll be chairing the affair, I suppose. This is a very important law. We had the attempt to introduce this law back in 2019, at the beginning of 2020. And it seems to me that that was a bit premature. Now it is all right, especially the context of Euro integration, the context of what we did for the 5 years. And I was thinking about this being the 5th forum at the beginning of 2025. And Qualification Center wasn't a notion. At the end of 2024, we had 23. We had the first mention of it, and now more than 4,000 people have been certified. When we thought that that was something a bit ahead of time, not just ahead of our needs, but our reality. This is from the future, and this is something that needs a special discussion, and I suspect that this is going to be the main track for integration of veterans, for example, because this is quick access to the market, labor market, about the standards developed by And I had the risks discussed and how we are going to control the quality, the value, and the value for. And this is at the highest level now. We discussed the potential system of control for quality and qualification centers. And the resolution have been amended, is being amended to be exact, and we're arriving at quality control. This is not going to be a strict control, but this is going to be internal control from the national agency for us to be sure with the qualification centers to see the the bar placed highly with the legislation to provide for some kind of advance. A lot of things have been done and have been perfectly legitimate. This is, of course, for the future, especially in terms of European integration, because if you think that we are closer, I don't think so. At the Parliament, for all this Parliament, we haven't been able to adopt anything that is not reconciled with the EU law. We have a special committee analyzing all our laws, and that is all analyzed for the consistency of the European norms. And this provides for the understanding of what we have with the regulation in Europe and just how consistent we are and our law with the EU law. Sometimes we're ahead of it. Not everything is regulated in Europe. A lot of things are left to the national legislation to solve, and there's a special gauge here. But this is, well, something we should expect. Most likely, a separate law on the regulated professions. Well, this is to be regulated for the directive. Medical specialties, architecture, and some other, which are potentially dangerous, but the mistake has a very big cost embedded. So that's about general regulation for the specialists to be trained and to be subsequently recognized by all the EU jurisdictions. Other national legislations, well, assigned to the national legislation, and every country can regulate in their own fashion. And I'm sure we are going to have this big discussion and how this is to be regulated. And we see monitoring and for some specialties regulated for us, medically speaking, for example, well, medical professions, we can see some unpleasant trends which should be preventively regulated.
To make sure that we have the trust in the EU and that the EU could have trust in us. So coming back to the national law and the National Qualifications System, I want to remind that the Committee for Social Policy is going to be the main agency to draft it. So the head of the committee is with us, giving back the floor. Thank you. Sergey, for your leadership in the development of the National Qualification System, and thank you for taking part in the panel discussion right now. Thanks that you made it. Galina Tretiakova with us. We already introduced her. So I want to say that this is creative work. I mean, there is a creative team in Verkhovna Rada and outside that is changing the national qualifications framework. This team includes Olena, Yuri Balanyuk, who implements that in practical terms, Sergei Babak and Olga Koval. She is also an MP. They are all involved, and I encourage you to join this team because indeed this is about creative work. And in some areas we are even ahead of Europe. How come? Well, Since we're talking about human capital, it's obvious that we try to develop our own human capital as much as we can. The government is supporting us, yet the development of the human capital is something that we have on our own. It's our individual thing. Why do? We do it for the development of economy. The economy is human activity of people. It all starts with the people, and we live to act. We're to act in our households, in our families, in our businesses, and people who act and who are involved into these activities, they understand that the economy is changing fast. Now it is changing fast. It becomes very flexible. Look how what new terms appeared. The economy of one level sample. There are contracts that they implemented in our activities, like peer economy, sharing economy, platform economy. So people who develop their own human capital do not want to invest into traditional employment relationships. They want to find new approaches, easy approaches to jobs, easy approaches to activities that would give them money. Money is needed. Our families need money. We want our children to develop. We want our families to develop. So we as Ukrainians need to be adapting fast to new economy requirements. We adapted fast to the distance work, to remote work. I want to thank my colleague here, Sergey. He initiated the regulation of the remote work in Ukraine. Over 30% of our employees work remotely now. So this kind of development is needed badly, and legislation needs to be developed as well to address these challenges. Yesterday we discussed the point that regulation often slows down certain processes. That's why Sergey would support me here. In Verkhovna Rada, we always think how to regulate the certain process to avoid that it develops fast instead of slowing down. Because people often say, the government, please stop there. We will do whatever is needed. So don't try to regulate something that we are developing. If we talk about the sharing economy, platform economy, there are over 12% of the total population of the world is working in this economy, and the concept of employability also expands. Today, people with disability can work very well. The civilization gives them a chance to adapt and to work. Like look at Stephen Hawking. He had one only muscle that worked in his face, but still he managed to write books. So every person now can find job, can be paid to develop their families and so on. This is the main thing. The household is a basis for any economy, any country, and we still need to create much more to implement cross-cutting reforms to make sure that the households are on the European level, so that this informational network economy that is flowing into Ukraine now, it removes the edges, the lines between the household and businesses. Like think about cleaning or babysitters. We are developing now the professional standard for nanny or cooks, family cooks. A lot of new professions. In Ukraine, in our committee, we regulated the homework now. We have this woman who prefers to call it household work or housework. we don't want to use the word chores. We need to review the terminology. We need to create today new words, new phrases that would help us to call properly the new concept that we have in the economy, and to be able to integrate properly into the European community, because the qualification that we are going to create today must already today be integrated into the European framework. So a Ukrainian who received qualification in Ukraine could use his diploma certificate and get a job in Europe. We will, in this situation, we will have a similar approaches with Europeans, understanding what it means when the person shows you a particular certificate. That would remove the borders between us and Europe, and that will help us to adapt and join the EU better. It is not only the economy that is changing, the science of sciences is changing. I mean, mathematics. Today, mathematics uses numbers, operates numbers after eternity. So we used to have the Google as the final number, the biggest number. Today we have other numbers, huge numbers that even computers cannot perceive. But now what we need to need today is to try to do it and even be ahead of Europe. And you, as academic institutions, you are expected to share the knowledge with Europe as well, not only just to take something that they have there. Thank you for this forum. Thank you for this floor. I think that our human capital will be highly appreciated in Europe very soon. Thank you, Galina, for explaining some difficult things in such a simple language. I want to talk to Koen Nomden. He's the head of the group on transparency and skills and qualifications of the European Commission. Mr. Nomden, dear Koen, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yuri. So, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you, although virtually. So, thanks a lot, Yuri. Dear participants, dear colleagues, I prepared a slide presentation that should be uploaded right now. Exactly, there it is. And my focus this morning is really on referencing. We can move to the next slide, referencing to the EQF that you already discussed. This is important because it builds visibility and qualifications, of course, transparency, but also trust. This is key. And comparability and also portability, allowing for qualifications to travel more easily. I just want to recall that in Europe, apart from regulated professions, we don't have a system of automatic recognition. So the main function of referencing is to create transparency. We can move to the next slide. This will show where we currently stand with regard to referencing to the EQF. So we have 41 countries in the EQF, all member states, all candidates, also Switzerland, Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein. So that brings us to 41 countries, and 37 have referenced. And the remaining 4 are, of course, still Ukraine, Moldova as new candidate countries. Also Georgia is still on the list. And we also have Bosnia-Herzegovina. And more importantly, referencing is not a one-off process, but a continuous process. And we have already 8 countries that have presented and updated reports. I propose to go to the next slide. There we see the map. And we reached an important milestone in November because Spain also now has a dark blue color because it was the last EU member state to reference, and this was done in November. Now we are coming to the core of what I wanted to tell today, and that's on the next slide. This concerns the referencing process and the referencing criteria by itself. So referencing is actually the core, I would say, of the EQF. And in this context, 10 referencing criteria have been established. They are part of the EQF recommendation in Annex 3. And when referencing reports are presented to the advisory group, they need to be structured, or it needs to be clear how they reflect the 10 referencing criteria. And the EQF AG is acting as a group of peers, but they act as critical friends, as we always say. So they're critical, but still friends. So they're critical in the sense that they are constructive and there to help you. But they're also critical because referencing, I can tell you based on experience, is not like a free ride. Yeah? Now, let's go a bit through the criteria and where sometimes we see difficulties. So criterion 1 is about clear responsibilities of relevant national bodies. Usually, every country describes this quite well, usually no problem, but it must be transparent how things are organized at national level. Second criterion is about clear links between the NQF and EQF levels. This seems very simple, but sometimes it isn't simple, especially if you also have still, old qualifications and so on, and how do they relate to the national framework. So it's very important to be extremely transparent about this. And of course, here we need to have descriptions on all types and levels of qualifications that are in the framework. Criterion 3 is about to demonstrate how you use learning outcomes, how qualifications are based on learning outcomes. This is very crucial, and I think the next speaker, Bill Vitorsti, will talk a bit more about that, but also validation. How does the validation system, how is it connected to the qualifications framework? Then criterion 4. Criterion 4, I must say, in the course of the years, has been among the most difficult criteria, namely, what are the procedures for inclusion of qualifications in NQFs? So these need to be described in a very clear and transparent way. And this is not always so easy because there are different approaches that countries have, and sometimes different approaches within the same framework, because some countries have set by law that certain VET qualifications do have a certain level. Higher education qualifications, usually it's a bit more simple, but there is also the landscape of adult learning, the broad and diverse system of VET. So this is something really to take care of. And then we have criteria 5 and 6 about quality assurance. The one is to demonstrate that the national arrangements are fully respected, and the other one is to get the signatures of the responsible bodies for quality assurance. So they must actually support the report, and this must be transparent. We also need to keep in mind, of course, that this referencing report is a report that must be clear and transparent to international readers, for example, to credential evaluators in other countries when we talk about recognition. Then, very important point as well is international experts. So they must basically sign off the report. But based on experience, the recommendation is to involve international experts from at least 2 different countries as soon as possible. So from the beginning in the process, because these experts can help you also guide through the process. They can give advice based on their own experience as well. And then number 8 is about how also the EQF and the self-certification of the national framework for higher education, how that relates to each other. And most countries do now present an integrated report for EQF referencing and self-certification to the higher education area framework. But you have already done your self-certification. So in your report, it must be very clear whether it just refers to or whether it still integrates. So there you will have to look a bit carefully about the approach you are going to take. And then when it's done, and hopefully you get the blessing of the EQF advisory group the first time, but this is, I have to say, critical friend is not always a guarantee. We have several examples of countries that needed to present several times because it was not sufficiently transparent. But then, yeah, the report will be published on the Europass platform, and criterion 10 relates very much also to connecting the database with the Europass platform. But I would also like to say that even if everything is not perfect, it's very important to be transparent about what is not perfect. So honesty is really appreciated. I also can say that no country is perfect. Last point here is also to work together, I would say, with the European Training Foundation. They have excellent experts, of course, that can advise, that know Ukraine. And also, I would say, if there are any questions, just talk to them. But you can also talk to the Commission. We are also very open, and we work, by the way, very well together between the ETF and the European Commission. So I'm now concluding by just showing a next slide, which shows the different. This is the following. Voila, this is the last slide I wanted to show to you, because EQF, of course, referencing is at the core, but there is more than just referencing. It's also broad collaboration, exchanging experience between how national frameworks work. So we have a whole series of work strands, and we are not just meeting in the context of the EQF advisory group. We do have peer learning activities, we do have project groups. And as Ukraine, of course, is part of the EQF family, you are very much invited, and you already do, to participate also actively in the project groups, and also to participate very actively in peer learning activities. And your contribution is always very much appreciated. Then I think I will conclude by wishing you really all the best for the referencing process. Take your time, I would say. Do it in a good and solid way. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very good forum for the rest of the day. And Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава! Дякую, дорогі.
Thank you, dear Con. Thank you for the special attention given to Ukraine, National Qualification Agency, our joint communication and development of our shared value and integration of Ukraine into the European Union. Dear colleagues, European Education Foundation is making a great contribution into upgrading the European model of qualification that provides for undeniable vectors of development for our country. Among other things, this provides for recognition of the Ukrainian qualifications in the EU. The floor is given to Director of European Educational Foundation, Bill Witorsky. Thank you, Yuri.
And for Kern. So I hope all sound elements are okay, and I'm reminded if not in the room. Before going to the presentation, let me start with two remarks. The first one is really to congratulate Yuri and the colleagues for the fifth forum. In the circumstances where you organize it, I think it's a remarkable achievement, and it really shows the sort of commitment there is for the qualification framework work. And second, I think the validation of this work is really shown already by what we've heard from the Minister, from Director General of the Commission, from the members of the Parliament in the panel, from Kern. So there is really the support from all possible sides on the highest level. And I say this also in a way excusing myself, because I'm here as a director and actually not the best expert of ETF on this subject, so I rely on the experts and they've helped me. But we definitely also wanted to show that for ETF, this work is, we value what is being done and also follow it closely, but also really respect, and I would say personally also admire. During the visit we did in May, it's clear that the priorities have to be set day to day. And so you have remained very stubborn with the efforts, and we heard it already actually in the interventions of the panel. So, colleagues, it allows me to be very brief in my intervention, which mainly concentrates on some key actions for the integration and some practical tools. And it's very easy to actually follow what Kuhn already presented. And I believe most what I will say is something that actually already is in process in Ukraine based on what the previous speakers spoke. And I think that's the best actually outcome one can have. First slide, next slide, please. The key message here, when we look at the background and the current context, is for us is, of course, that supporting the Ukraine's integration in the EU qualifications framework is really vital for the labour market stability and also, therefore, for the recognition of the qualifications. There, I think it's vital that we recognize the background that was already said. So there is really, from our point of view as the ETF, European Training Foundation, the long-standing cooperation with Ukraine. I could see by myself in May that the 20-30 years contacts with the different stakeholders, of course, help to shape also the collaboration of ours. And hence the support for the National Qualification Agency in the past years and related National Qualifications Framework was, of course, part of that story. We celebrated 30 years here this year at ETF, and I invite you to read actually on our website. There is a 30-year story of the work also in Ukraine, and that somehow shapes where the background comes from. Then there is, of course, the context that I already referred to, and I think we should always refer to because in order to respect the work the colleagues do in Ukraine. So we have the over 1,000 days of the war. That, of course, has also shaped the labour market, as the minister very well outlined in his speech in the beginning. Currently, over 6 million refugees in European countries, internally displaced people, and the various changes in the labour market that sort of happen behind these figures, which all underlines the importance actually of this kind of work that we do currently with the national qualifications in the context also of the EU integration. Next slide. So if you look then a bit more deeply on the Ukraine's changing labor market, so here as the ETF message, really the key point is the transparency, comparability and trust. They are essential when we address now these labor market shifts in order to really build opportunities both for Ukraine and for Ukrainian citizens for the future. And here, of course, the critical part is the qualification system that is our topic here. It's critical to build trust and ensure the transparency in the qualifications on the national level. And that, of course, happens when there is the work by design, which is done parallel with the European Qualifications Framework. And I very much like the reference earlier about being in some ways ahead of the European and some ways, so recognizing the context, because that shows that there is a meaningful dialogue all the time also in the work. So the NQFs really can then be a primary tool for enhancing this transparency and trust when they are done parallel with the European Qualifications Framework in a meaningful way, in the way that the actors themselves believe in them. And one could really sense that in the speeches I think we just heard. Because then there is the comparability with the EU systems that then enhances the recognition and mobility. Why is that important? We just heard Mario Nava talking about the Union of Skills, a policy that will for sure be very much a guiding policy of the European Union in the coming 5 years. So as much as there is the comparability on the recognition and mobility side, there are also, I believe, ways to actually combine the work done in Ukraine with the Union of Skills and what follows from sort of that packaging in a meaningful way as we go forward. So hence, in the path forward is, of course, very clear in this changing labour market. So it's strengthening the alignment with the European Qualifications Framework. I believe all the time happening, but it's also, of course, step step-by-step process, so it continues. And then it's the path, of course, needs to be also to support the displaced professionals and refugees through a clear, trusted qualification process. And of course, of this, we have lots of examples over the years in Europe, and hence I think the active work right now in the middle of the difficult years is actually critical, because it will help the displaced also in the speedier returns than perhaps has been in some other places in the past that we have seen. So I think the work on the comparison in the Ukraine national qualifications already 21-22 really was important step, because it improved the understanding and the recognition of the qualifications, and hence the work that can then now take this forward, and we can identify the areas of progress, because progress we need in order to also give the day-to-day work the needed energy and sense of purpose. Next slide. Few words about the key actions for integration. Here, of course, our key message really is that the focused actions, which I think we already heard of, the focused actions are key to align Ukraine with the EU standards and the qualification recognition. And I believe dear colleague Kuhn gave a very good detailed example of the referencing there. What does it actually really mean in very concrete terms? And there, if we then pick some of the elements, so yes, there is the use of the learning outcomes already mentioned in the referencing, where definitely to strengthen the assessment and validation of non-formal and informal learning, particularly in the vocational education and training, is important. And it's increasing, we see also elsewhere. This validation of course, requires assessment of learning, various somewhat creative processes as well. I think that was mentioned as one of the speakers, but nevertheless is very much in line what I think we also will see with the Union of Skills and the whole discussion of the skills in years to come. Then we, of course, have the inclusion of all qualifications in the National Qualification Framework. So to ensure that all qualifications are really backed by robust quality assurance. That's the trust element. The trust is not there if we fail to have this ensuring element all the time in place. In particular, when you do something new, if there is one mistake, we know that it easily then multiplies itself in its consequences. And then, of course, also expanding beyond higher education to include also other types of qualifications. We all know very well that the higher education has a special role in the system of Ukraine, but we also all know how much emphasis has been put to the new vet law and the development of that sector. So I think that together again supports the process of including all qualifications into NQF. Then we have the digitalization of qualifications. Here, I believe you can also, you will really benefit in Ukraine of the being in many ways steps ahead of many countries. And I've had also pleasure to witness that in my different roles in the past years, both as a Finnish state secretary before joining the EU, European Training Foundation, and in this capacity. So putting together the high emphasis that from the prime ministerial level there's been on digitalization for sure helps to establish a single national qualifications database aligned with the EQF guidelines. Perhaps better than in some other places. There are others who are better to do these comparisons, but I'm quite sure about this. And this, of course, allows them to use the European tools like the ESCO or Europass for better comparability. ESCO we've had in place in Europe only for, 6-7 years, and it, of course, has proven to a very good tool. So that's, I think, is now a tool also sort of when the tool is just developed, it has its children's diseases, as we say, but now it's 7 years there. So I believe it can be very helpful also in the context of Ukraine, and definitely all the encouragement to use that. And that is, of course, done with our experts, I know, on day-to-day basis. The same with the Europass, which of course then allows, for instance, the job market mobility quite easily. And if there are digital credentials and so on used there, even better, but I'll come to that in a minute. So finally, we then talk about professional recognition, of course, in how important it is to define and align all procedures for regulated professions with EU standards. Because really to make the difference, regulated and non-regulated is, of course, also one element that is critically important, and not to confuse between the two. And finally, last remarks on my last slide on some practical tools and the EU support, EU and ETF support. So here, of course, the key message already said is that the EU tools and targeted support really can simplify the recognition and the integration. And now, taking the speed of the EU integration of Ukraine that is planned, I believe that maximizing the use of this support is probably one of the no-brainers, as we say here. As recognition tools, already mentioned Europass, that supplements the transparent qualifications, being a kind of EU CV, if you like, but much, of course, broader. And then the digital credentials of the different institutions as part of that for easier verification. I was actually reflecting this because I still belong to the generation, as most of us, who have had this trouble of finding our different credentials and which have all been produced in paper and validated them with different institutions and then scanned, but the scan is not an official document but requires still someone's signature. So I think it's important to understand here that the digital credentials differ from PDFs in this fundamental way, so that they are validated documents by definition, by design, and hence they really make a difference. And I believe for this situation where people have now gotten, Ukrainians have gotten their degrees in various places, this can be one of the elements that is probably among the most important ones, not to need to find papers or PDFs and have them proved, but really have the digital credentials. And so finally, my call to action seems a bit naive, but let me still say it because I think this is all already has been said. So of course, it's important to implement the steps for integration, and those have been all outlined, and you know them extremely well under Juris guidance and with the support of the parliamentarians and the minister, and do it all with a strong partnership and dialogue, which I know also happens with the ETF on a weekly, sometimes daily basis. So finally, the ETF support, we've organized it through an ETF Ukraine task force that supports the various processes of the EU integration of Ukraine at the moment, meets regularly. We met just a week ago actually here with the high officials from Kiev who were here in the context of the 30th anniversary and went through the whole range of activities done together, and they are many, and I believe they will continue and should continue to be many. And there is, of course, the ongoing cooperation that is all the time deepening with the Commission in this process. And as Kern said, it's not only that we work well together, but we are together. We represent the EU ETF as an agency of the human capital development, and then, of course, Commission as the policy machine, if you like, and now with the newly elected Parliament and the College, of course, very strong. So here we are as EU colleagues to support you. This is my main message, and I really thanks once more for the 5th forum organizers, and Slava Ukraine. Дякую.
Героям слава. Thank you, dear.
Glory be to Ukraine. Thank you for your...
Так само, як...
And the same way as employers also advocates for the rights of employees, play an important role in the recognition of qualifications. And the team of the National Qualification Agency feel very comfortable working with Vasil Andreev, Deputy Head of Federation of Trade Unions of Ukraine, Head of Trade Union for Construction Workers and Industrial Construction Materials. Vasil, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Yuri, dear colleagues. On and offline, thanks for your fruitful cooperation for the last 5 years for development of the idea and the way in which we participate in development of professional standards, qualifications. And our role is to present the qualification of humans. I'm not saying human capital, but emphasize humans and human level of recognition, lifestyle, decent income, and well-being. So I would like to thank for the freedom of speech that you provided for. In my statement is about Euro integration, the part of micro qualification. We have substantial recommendations of the EU in micro qualification for the lifelong training and learning and employment for the employees or trade unions left to their own resorts. Always, we are not supported by the international donors or the EU or any such contributors, but we know our mission and we stick to it. And the biggest impetus for us in development of training for people is this big-scale exodus of people starting from February. Hundreds of thousands of people were accommodated on the premises of our structures and our agencies and are still used for that purpose. And after some month of such accommodation, people lost not just the connection with their place of origin, but sometimes connection with their lives. And together with the employers, we were looking for some dozens of people to install window blocks in Khmelnytsky. Well, we found hundreds of people who had nothing much to do about the town. So now there was a big gap and a big demand for construction workers, civil engineers. We didn't know about these people originally. Those were not just women with children, but men, older men among them. They all need support, not just financial, but also emotional, and they have to feel a part of the society. And as trade unions started developing our role to make this entry for the new labor market too.
We really appreciate the Parliament and the Ministry of Education for the fact that over the next 6 years, about over 50% of the investment and training of our staff will be focused on the support of construction training. And we need to engage tens of thousands and millions of people into this area, and that's not only the construction. It's about the drones. I mean, making drones, operating drones, rescue services, fire brigades. People need to get a chance to train, and we are giving this chance. Initially, we focused on the vocational schools and vocation occupations, like blue-collar ones, and we invested into the purchase of new equipment to be able to train about 10, 20 people over just a matter of weeks within a short period of time, so that they could, start working tomorrow and make, good money in the construction sector. Over the 19 months, the salaries have gone up by 120%. And this is quite a number. But we see that salaries are growing in other sectors as well. So we gave a chance to the people to get a training. Second point is that the government needs to contribute to the development of providers of the services. We have filed a couple of grant proposals to the trade unions of the EU. But speaking strategically, as we talked to Olena and Mr. Belenki, we realized that our strategy, sooner or later, needs to be on the level of relationship between the trade unions and employers. It should, and the schools. So because the schools then will train the people that we bring to them, and the employers undertake to give them jobs after the training. We develop the professional standards with your support, Mr. Yuri, and with others. We train people who are referred to us. We give them new tools that they never knew before. And yeah, we have a wide discussion with you as to the deregulation, of course. But at the same time, along with the discussion, we also have a chance to take a quantum leap in the future. Over the recent months, we've been, discussing that and then saying that, yeah, we're sorry because so many people have lost this chance, to be trained because they were mobilized and so on. But still, we need to provide them with further chances to get training, not only adults, but like seniors, people over 60s. Because people come to us and say, I need to have my house renovated. I'm a pensioner. I bought this house because I'm an IDP. I bought it somewhere in the remote area in the village, but I want to lead a normal life. So we kind of get informed about the numbers of people who need to be trained, and they asked us, trade unions, how much you can invest into training these people, but we don't have as much money as trade unions, so we need to, find solutions. But what we also do is we travel across the country and talk to the decision makers, talk to local governments. Sometimes local governments look, through us, being, with blank eyes. They don't understand that it is important to start this work right now, not to wait. But still, we believe that the quantity will turn into quality at some point. So we need to continue these efforts. Another point is that we need to make this training inclusive. We see there is a huge opportunity to engage people coming back from the front lines to other professions that they never had access to. Also, in the industrial professions, factory professions, we have a huge potential to employ people who have some disability caused by an injury. If they don't have like a limb or something, still there are a lot of chances for them to get jobs. We talk a lot to the organizations of veterans. This Saturday we are talking to our design and construction university about how to get our veterans back to the labor market. So everything related to inclusivity is on top of the agenda. We always say that be sure the policy of the government will be super firm as to employing veterans with disabilities. We encourage you to be prepared to work with them, to train them, to give them jobs, and to actually, employ them, because they need to know that they can make money, they can get income, and they can add value to their employers. The European qualification reference says that yes, we have this catalog of thousands of professions, and now they need to be reviewed according to European standards, but they should be assigned with the qualification characteristics, traits that we need to develop in Ukraine, and we will be highly involved in this process as well. Thank you for your invitation, for cooperation, and the support that you provide us every day. Thank you, Vasil. Okay, we are done with our panel discussion, but I still, as a head of the national agency, I can take still some time and talk to you a little bit more. I know that the online viewers, we have over 5,000 of them as of now, asked a lot of questions, and I need to ask two, at least two questions. So we can't possibly answer them today, but during a month, we will prepare a report based on our event today, and we will answer all the questions there. So, question number one, Sergey, what are the 3 words or 5 words that you could use to describe the prospect of integration of the Ukrainian education system into the European space? Absolute prospect. I think that would be enough. I mean, we've been doing that for long now. And everything that we decide on is totally in line with all the directives of the EU. The closer we get in terms of the implementation of the paragraph or within the agreement, the better it's going to be. But we've been doing that already for long, for like 5 years, and we've been doing that anticipating the further developments. We are trying to anticipate what is going to expect us. We don't want any shock for our education system when we abruptly implement some firm regulation, some rigid regulation. Because many schools ask us, why do you need that heavy regulation and so on? We explain that otherwise it's going to be like a step for the whole system, like a shock. And unfortunately, that would affect not only the schools, but others, because the schools would not be able to adapt fast to changes. That would affect children too, and we don't want that. That's why we try to introduce this change softly, so that the students would not be affected. Thank you, Sergey, and thank you for the committee, for the work of your committee that you had. Ms. Tetyakova, this process, how is it going to affect the migration processes in Ukraine? I think everything would depend on the perception of freedom by anyone who lives in Ukraine and Europe. On the one hand, the Europeans need to realize that the security challenges have been overcome in Ukraine, and they are secure now in Ukraine and in Europe. And Ukrainians need to understand that freedom of movement, migration, it's the challenge of time. And those who move to Ukraine, they already understand that, whether they go back to Ukraine or not. Anyways, I think in Ukraine, we will have enough Ukrainians, even if those remain in Europe. We are a multinational country. You asked about 3 words. I couldn't make 3 words. I could think of 3 phrases. But the first one is standards, meeting standards. If we don't meet standards, it will be hard for us to understand each other. In particular, the terminology. We need to understand the terminology equally. Structural thinking, that's phrase number 2. And the third one is Ministry of Economy, their staff. We need to kind of bring their human capital on the level of ours, because out of those 5,000 people who are listening to us now, they should understand that. Today, there are huge salaries in the public sector, about 57,000 a month. The public service needs strong professionals for us to be able to integrate into the European space. Thank you. Let's thank our speakers. In a couple of minutes, we are going to present the Helvetas, the partner of our forum. Now there's going to be a briefing close to the photo area, not far away from the check-in point.
забере.
Раз, раз, один, два, один, два.
Я зараз буду виступати, тому якщо вас після
Так, а ми вже обмінялися.
Так, ми обміналися онлайном.
Щоб розуміли, навіщо ми вам. Ми справді
Так.
можемо бути цікаві.
Супер. Я просто зараз, щоб голову не завантажувати. Дякую. Дякую дуже. Щоб я не загоражувала їх, тому що вони якраз будуть сідати, так.
Шановні гості, просимо приходити в залу, займати свої місця. Зараз будемо розпочинати наступну сесію форуму. Колеги, а зараз будемо розпочинати сесію «Кваліфікаційні центри, можливості та перспективи». Прошу зайняти ваші місця в залі.
Раз. Шановні колеги, ми маємо продовжувати форум наш далі. Прошу займати місця.
Завжди ці питання. З депутатами чи з держпрацею? А вам як краще? А можна? Можна. Вам все можна. Все. Валентина Миколаївна там.
Запрошую до презентації пані Анастасію Баклан.
Вітаю вас, шановні колеги. Мені дуже приємно сьогодні представляти Helvetas.
Colleagues, good evening. I'm happy to represent Helvetas as the main partner of the event. I want to thank, first of all, the organizers, National Qualification Agency, for bringing together such a distinguished audience and build such a fantastic program to discuss strategic decisions for development of the human capital of Ukraine. I want to brief you on what we do in the whole world and Ukraine in particular, and discuss the trends in the labor market according to the researches that we carry out with our partners. And we will talk about the business support program that would be useful for our online and offline partners. We are a Swiss-based organization established back in 1955. It's one of the oldest organizations in Switzerland that deals with the strategic development issues. From ensuring basic needs of survival like access to water, food, up to the more sustainable issues like building skills and access to incomes. We're implementing projects in over 40 countries, in particular in Ukraine, and you can check out the map now where you can see the countries where we are present. In Ukraine, we operated before the full-scale invasion, but via partners. But in 2022, we established an office in Ukraine, in Kyiv and Kharkiv. In particular, we have a team of 35 people who are implementing 7 development projects financed by Switzerland, Sweden, Czechia, and UK. Our project portfolios are built in 2 areas. First one is recovery, like recovery of houses, civil infrastructure, and buildings. And second area, it's economic development. And here we pay huge attention to development of the education, to the labor market development, and so on. Analysis is one of the major areas for our operations. This year we presented the findings of one of the biggest labor market research that we carried out with the support of the Federation of the Employees of Ukraine. We received answers from over 33,000 of representatives of the private sector. And we asked them the following questions. What are your needs for workforce and skills today? And the trends are as follows. First one is the reduction of official unemployment. If we compare the data from 22-23, officially the unemployment went down by half. Firstly, because certainly men don't want to get registered officially because they don't want to be registered for the mobilization, and they out of people to other countries. As a result, the number of vacancies increased. If we compare the data before the full-scale invasion, we had about 3 candidates per 1 vacancy, but now we have per 1 candidate there are 3 vacancies available. And businesses say that the vocational professional occupations are in huge demand, and we support Ukraine in this regard in the area of training or for businesses in the eastern parts of Ukraine. Second point, we work to help Ukraine to engage IDPs, pensioners, pre-pensioners and veterans, and kind of involve them into the labor market. One of the recent trends is the employment of women in traditionally male professions, because obviously there is work to be done, and unfortunately a lot of men have been mobilized, so they are employed by the army. But still the work is there to be done, and involving women to stereotypically traditional professions like welders and others. This is a trend. So the jobs that don't require a lot of physical force can be performed by women. We implemented a pilot project in Poltava region in this area this year. We cooperated with the Inshazhinka organization, and they trained women to become car mechanics. It was really hard to do that. Still, our partners managed to get it done with they use advertisements like "be the first in this profession, break the mold, and be paid well." Talking about the skills, top 10 ones that we found as a result of our survey, only one of them was related to working with tools, with instruments. Others were about soft skills. So the communication, teamwork, responsibility, time management, stress resilience, of course, which is really on top of the agenda today in Ukraine. And what we see today also is a trend to take really short-term courses on like communication others and introduce them to the actual curricula in the vocational schools. The support programs of ours, that's the last point that I want to make. I hope it would be interesting for you. First of all, we regularly announce calls for SMEs for recovery or to launch new businesses, especially in the areas affected by the full-scale invasion. For example, recently we helped to help a bookstore to renew its operations in Kharkiv region. So we helped them to renovate the building, buy equipment, and launch its this business. We helped this businessman to relaunch his business. We also cooperate with the Association of Private Employers, the platform of development of cities and others. These are our partners. We also support their business to contribute to development of innovation digitalization in Ukraine. We work with a number of establishments that were selected under a tender. We help them to buy equipment to update their capabilities, and we introduce short-term programs that are focused on adults and integration of vulnerable groups of people into the economic processes. As helpers, we try to approach these matters in a systematic way, and to do so we need to cooperate with the public agencies like Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Social Policy, the State Employment Centres, National Qualifications Agency, of course, and we will work together in the future to prepare strategic decisions to contribute to development of the Ukrainian economy. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a really productive discussion. Thank you, Halitas, for the support of this forum and for presenting the results. We welcome the participants who have just joined us and who have been monitoring our forum since the very beginning. We are starting a next session, Qualification Centres, Opportunities and the Future. It will include two blocks, the discussion and visits of the labs that will demonstrate new equipment and new training opportunities. I want to give the floor to Veslav Kucher, our moderator. Good morning, our participants online and offline. Our forum is being broadcast on the web, on the Facebook and other platforms. I want to introduce to you the participants of our session. We have Olga Koval with us, head of the subcommittee on professional, occupational, pre-tertiary education of the committee of the Verkhovna Rada on education, science and innovations. She is an MP. We have Mr. Didura with us. He is a co-founder of the Ukraine Qualification Center of UAV operators. Igor Dehnera, he is a head of the state employment service. Ms. Rybalko, Deputy Director of the State Employment Center. Anastasia Shiyan, Acting Head of the Qualification Center at Poltavsky Iron Ore Plant. Vadim Frolov, he is a lecturer of the Qualification Center in the military unit number TO 500. He's a captain. Before we start our discussion, I want to present results of a research that we carried out in the area of development of the network of our qualification centers.
And in our presentation, we can see that the start given to self-education in Ukraine was actually coincided with the 22nd of September 1996, and that provided as a resolution the clear-cut roadmap and for the qualification tender to be subjected to the procedure of accreditation for the agency of qualification to get certified for accreditation and start giving qualifications. Well, that was in actual 2.5 years ago, 2022. And by the end of 2022, we had 14 centers. Now concluding the 2020-24, we can see the number of qualification centers, 136. As of now, geography of qualification centers is represented in the slide. And you can see that all Ukraine, without two regions, as we call them, oblasts, after the Russian fashion, and 136 qualification commissions working 384 professional standards that we have. I'm sorry, not operational. We have 384 professional standards. And without professional standards, qualification center cannot exist. And the qualification centers includes 4,457 certificates for professional qualification. And in the agency of professional qualification, we have 570 experts for accreditation of professional qualification centers for the procedure. We invite experts who administer this expert examination. We will share this wonderful map with you today. And starting this panel, I would like to give the floor to Olha Koval. And she is a friend of the National Agency for Qualification. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Vyacheslav, for your very quick but very generous introduction. I'm a traditional guest, a regular at this forum. I'd like to thank National Qualification Agency for arranging for this forum, the great work that they have conducted for creation of qualification centers for development of the national system of qualification. I'm a traditional regular here, and the majority of you know my principal messages, which stay unchanged. I stick to my tenets, so to speak, but let me switch from the professional education, vocational education, to adaptivity of our people and adjusting to different conditions during such hard times. We're in dire straits as a country, and for our people, many of our people have become IDPs. Many men and women are at the front line, and it is important for us to develop the system of qualification in order to give them the opportunity to implement or self-fulfill themselves after coming back from the front line with the resettlement of the ex-combatants and for IDPs to be properly provided for in their resettlement and employment. But qualification centers represent a bigger idea in my book. This is an opportunity for every citizen in our country. Let's discuss such hypothetical examples. For example, we have the military, the Andrei, Ivan, Sergei, let's use any name, John Doe, with the logistics in difficult conditions, with great pressure involved. They come back to their civilian lives and realize that the situation is different now, and they have the skills that they can convert into a new occupation. Understandably, for an adult, a long period of resettlement involves providing for the family. So it is not very feasible. So the qualification centers recognition of qualifications acquired informally. Well, that is something that is extremely important. Another hypothetical situation. Svetlana, Tatiana all have worked at Azov Steel and was involved in rolling out the slabs. I'm not sure about the technical name. Well, operator of the rolling equipment, and this requires a qualification, experience, and period of training. But Tatiana now is in Lutsk, and she is internally displaced. With such qualifications, very difficult to find any job because there are no steel mills there. But with such qualifications, one can work in food processing, construction, and other automated processes. Qualification centers provide a shortcut. We are talking about internally displaced. Well, we have more than 4.5 million IDPs. Well, I seem to be confused. Yes, indeed. About 2 billion out of the 2 or the 4.5 are able-bodied and being engaged in the labor market. This constitutes about 10%. That does not mean that the rest of the people are not employed, but they are employed in the great black area. They are not officially registered as employees. Perhaps they lack the official diploma to verify their qualification, but they have the skills. They apply to the employers can accept them only with the qualification documents. And so the qualification centers pave the way to official employment. Based on this circumstance, we can say that we have another chance of bringing employment out of the shadow in our country and increasing the tax revenues to our budget. We know that there are a lot of companies staying still in the shadow. There are many reasons to explain the situation. Qualification centers do not present a silver bullet, but they can provide for some number of people this kind of official employment with the lesser burden to the budget, because those people are usually registered as the unemployed and they get their allowances, collect their money. And this is another very important factor we have to take into account. Another thing I would like to emphasize here, we will have a special panel dedicated to that. Well, this year, for the first time, we have recognition of creation of qualification centers for the higher education, because qualification centers present opportunities not just for the working professions. These are opportunities for higher education. We have some rectors here who have already created qualification centers on their campuses, and they do evaluation, provide certificates. Well, that is to say that this is a considerable step towards the higher education system to be integrated into this progress. And partial qualifications I have mentioned in past. And yesterday night I was actually reviewing the Vyacheslav's materials, and I was interested to know how many people out of almost 4,500 certified or partially qualified. I expected that to be much smaller than full qualifications, but I was really astonished. That was an astonishing figure. What portion of those 4,500 had partial qualifications? 30%. Somebody said. I thought a bit less, but it's five cases out of 4,500, 3,500. We know that the employers, Mr. Olinik was discussing that partial qualifications are required and demanded by the labor market and the employers for that matter. But the reason might well be in the population, potential owners of such qualifications not being informed, not being aware of this. So as the legislators, as the policymakers, we have to be concerned with this issue, and perhaps we have to wrap those partial qualification in a package of professions and full qualification. And this is a very important point, because it seems to me that this figure is related, first of all, of this lack of understanding what should be done with it and how to proceed with that. And this is a considerable challenge in its own right. Another difficulty that we all experience is accessibility. The qualification centers, well, since they started in the territory of Ukraine, have expanded considerably. Their geography is by now enhanced. Vyacheslav demonstrated 2 regions without any office whatsoever. What's the reason for that? No demand? I doubt it. Well, there should be some other hindrances. Qualification centers appear responding to the demand from the employers or potential owners of such qualification. That potentially, I say, can come to such a center. And here again, we have to identify the target audience, the potential owners or carriers of such qualifications. I started my presentation with the veterans and IDPs, because in my opinion, this is the biggest group of people who potentially again can become customers of our persons requiring assignment of qualification, recognition of qualification that they have already gained. So awareness is key here. I'm not sure that the majority of IDPs and our military, for that matter, our veterans, know what qualification center is and what it can do. So we have to activate our work in terms of awareness again. Awareness should not be across the board. We should not knock at every door telling every household about qualification center. This is unrealistic, this is too expensive and not really feasible. Well, I think it should be all targeted for a specific category of people who potentially require this procedure of recognition for their qualifications. And here we have another area, and we have to draw our attention to it and deploy some efforts. Our colleagues have already mentioned in the first panel changes to the legislation. Indeed, we have no single act to regulate our system of qualifications or this pool of qualification centers as we have it in the law on education, some part of it in labor code and other statutes. That's the problem that should be concentrated, all with the solutions in one act to regulate this gigantic sphere. This is another area for our work. So we have to be adaptive, work in quality with proper geography awareness of the qualification centers. In my opinion, this is the roadmap. I'm sure that the colleagues will add a whole set of items and sub-items to this outline, but qualification centers are about people and about opportunities. Opportunities for a single person, every single person, but also for the companies, for economy and our state by and large. Thank you, Olga, for this very substantial and instructive and very eloquent presentation. National Agency have monthly webinars for the awareness campaign. After this forum, people know where they have no qualification centers. I'm not dropping any names. The political will also hopefully will appear, and we will have the excellent mapping for all Ukrainian qualification centers. We talk about the parliament, and I would like to say that the big law on the National Qualification System this week was passed, tabled, approved by the cabinet, and tabled at the parliament. And the cabinet of ministers actually blessed it, and I think that the ball is on the parliamentary field or in the parliamentary field. Valentina Burbalka, deputy head of the State Employment Center, Olga was referring to close cooperation with your service and the State Center. So what can you say about qualification centers? Do they improve the employment rate in our country, and just how your service consider qualification centers? Because in the system of the State Center of Employment, there are qualification centers also already accredited by the National Agency of Qualification. Thank you. Greetings from media participants. This is a very important forum, indeed, and preservation and maintenance of our human potential, human capacity is critically important as a driver of our future development. And we can see now worsening of the situation on the labor market, and that is because of the migration centers, internal and external migration, the demographic crisis, the structural unemployment, because of the change of the economic landscape, among other things. This is this wild deficit of the workforce. And that actually expedited the changes which are taking place in the employment sphere presently. Namely, that is because of development and dissemination of active programs for facilitation programs for employment through development of the compensation programs, which would provide for motivation, stimulate employers, not just for the purposes of integration of the vulnerable categories, but also their final resettlements for IDPs, that is, veterans, people with disabilities. From the beginning of this year, 323,000 people obtained employment through our service, out of which 30,000 through the compensation programs I was referring to, and 1,500 employers have been compensated for employment of people with disabilities. Undoubtedly, there's this big phenomenon of grant programs which provide for developing SMEs.
23 grant receivers have been registered so far. We have 23 of them who received the grants, and they now plan about 45,000 new jobs, with about 23 of them already established. But the main priority today and a critical element that we need to take to contribute to the development is the professional training, upskilling, advanced training, to provide people with a chance to get new skills, new qualifications. Since the beginning of this year, 65,000 people obtained new skills and qualifications. 23,000 came from the free market, so not from the unemployment market. They received skills in 144 professions that are in huge demand. The rest came from the unemployment sentence. These were the free of charge educational courses. About 2.3 thousand veterans obtained the new skills and competencies and were integrated into the labor market. In the employment system, we've got 8 centers for professional training that trained 23,000 unemployed individuals and veterans from the free labor market this year. 98 professions are licensed to be provided in this centers, and over 400 training programs are offered. About 80% out of those 23,000 are the people who use short-term programs. This is something that is that employers really need. And the vocational system needs to be closer to the employers. As a result, we're implementing a national project to support develop the national technical potential. We create supervisory boards that include businesses from the local regions, local communities, because by doing so we can ensure flexibility when we develop short-term training programs, and thus we can bring them closer to the employers. The training centers provide training to adults under the short-term programs with the assistance of the employers. We have 4 qualification centers that are accredited under the qualifications of welders, plumbers, confectionery, chef, and drone operators. This is something that is increasingly demanded today, and something that gets increasingly more attention. What we need to do today is to make sure that everyone knows about this opportunity that we offer to the people to obtain new professions, new qualifications, because this is the requirement of the modern time. This is the imperative of the modern time, and most of the training services can be obtained online. You can get registered with the DIA online portal, online website or app. You can apply for grant online. You can apply for IDP benefit, an employment benefit. You can apply for a voucher to receive training, even if you are not unemployed. We introduced a new app of the employment service in November, and it's been only 3 weeks, but there are 20,000 downloads already. So 20,000 of users joined us and used our service. They now have access to the unified vacancies database. There are over 200,000 vacancies that are available there. And also the users can enjoy a wide range of services that the employment center offer. So I want to invite you to download this new app and enjoy the new opportunities that the employment service provides. As to the qualification centers, yes, the success is not that big today. However, the challenges that we are facing today prompt us to speed up our work and scale up our activities, both amongst the users of our services, among the unemployed individuals, and amongst those who are working in the free labor market, so to say. So let's break the mold. The employment service is not the one that it used to be even several years ago. Modern work, digitalization, and providing services online, remotely, these are our major objectives, our strategic intents, and ways to respond to the challenges that we are facing today. Thank you, Valentina. State Employment Service, just like National Qualifications Agency, are the ones that provide services to the people, and I already see how we can cooperate closely, and I think just over the next months we can already do something together. I want to address now our online viewers watching us on YouTube or through Facebook. I want to encourage you to ask questions to our panelists. We will systematize them. We will provide you with answers, because after our forum, we will answer all the questions. We will consolidate your questions, and we will publish answers on the website. We talked about security. The security is something that we absolutely must ensure. The health and safety, this is something that we need. In particular, we have a representative of the state labor service. So please tell us, what do you think about the qualification system? What do you think about our possible cooperation? Yeah. Thank you, Vyacheslav. Thank you for the agency for this fantastic opportunity to speak up. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to many panelists and update my knowledge about many things. As As a representative of the public service, I wanted to speak more about the challenges, but still, Olga already covered that in detail. She explained all these issues related to the shadow economy, unemployment and stuff. I'll just add several numbers. Since 2021, these are the numbers that that we had before the war. We had about 3 million of individuals working in the unofficial economy. We understand how huge the number is and what was the potential that we've been losing. Certainly, this shadow economy, shadow unemployment is huge. It has been huge since Ukraine gained its independence. I mean, in the 1990s, the official employment was on top of the agenda for us. We had 4.5 million people working in the unofficial economy. In the 90s, then a lot of different factors influence the situation and improved a little bit. Still, 3 million people by the beginning of the full-scale invasion, that's way too much. This is the only official data that we have based on the official statistics numbers. And that indicates that 70% of the people working in the informal economy worked as blue-collar workers with low qualification requirements. 28% were highly qualified employees in the informal economy sector, which means that it is not always that they had proper qualification.
Якраз шанс стимулювати перехід.
So qualification centers is a kind of a way to really bring people, encourage people to move from informal economy into formal official economy. So not to do it by fines, by sanctioning them, but to encourage them, but to show them the advantages. And the flaws of the informal economy, advantages of the official economy. So we believe that the National Qualification Framework and the Qualification Commission will be instrumental in this regard. Certainly, you started in the context of the war, and that has been hard. And I understand that we need to change the mindset of the employees, because it will take a while for employees to understand that a certificate received from the National Qualification Centre is, in fact, something similar to the official diploma that you receive in the school. Innovations sometimes are hard to perceive. Sometimes you need to spend some time from the stage of rejection to the stage of approval and acceptance. And we, on our end, are always prepared to join any initiative in this regard, any initiative of the National Qualification Agency. Indeed, if we talk about the safety, we need to realize that these skills the skills that people receive both in the official sector and the unofficial sector, there are some differences, because if we talk about the traditional safety, traditional health and safety, traditional culture of employment relationship are not on the level that should be in place if we talk about the informal sector. And the qualification centers need really to pay attention to the skills of employees and in particular, their health and safety skills, especially if they work in high hazard jobs. Indeed, our forum is a platform for communication. We talked before our panel discussion and agreed that we need to talk more and meet oftener. Certainly, at our roundtables, we talk about different issues like health and safety in particular, and these are the areas that we need to take into account when we develop our national standards. And we do that, but we need to communicate these messages, of course, that we do it. That's why we need to implement joint activities under our plans. And next year, by tradition, we will also be able to talk about joint achievements. Who needs qualification centers? Well, it is the businesses who need them first of all. The employers need them first of all. And that is why I want to give the floor to them. We will start with Anastasia Shian. She is the acting director of the Qualification Center at Poltavsky iron ore plant. We want to know what the iron ore plant does to provide new knowledge to its people with the help of its qualification center. Colleagues, good morning. Thank you for the chance to join such an interesting event. We are the first and the only accredited qualification center in Poltava region. That's why it is really hard to overestimate what we do. We abide by the law, and certainly we follow the values of Ferexpo. We started in 2019, and in February we carried out the first assessment. Now we have the opportunity to assess knowledge under 24 standards. Next year we will expand, and we will be able to assess over 40 standards. Most of the blue-collar professions at Poltava iron ore plant belong to the high-hazard professions. That's why occupational injuries are on top of our agenda. We have internal documents that regulate these issues. We have the internal rules that provide access to such kind of works. We have the rules that explain how to use tools collectively and individually, and we assess it duly. Our qualification center develops transparent business processes for each stage of accreditation. We have really clear-cut criteria of assessment, and the applicants learn about them throughout the whole training. We train our staff on the integrity issues as well. We explain that they can appeal the results of the assessment. We work to avoid conflict of interest, and we have a database of our applicants. We maintain this database. We have 38 evaluators from 13 branches of Poltavsky iron ore plant, and we are interested in a multilateral attitudes, multilateral approaches, because one and the same evaluator can provide assessment to different professions, and we engage them to help other qualification centers in Ukraine, and they also take part in professional discussions all over Ukraine. We support the gender equality policy, and many women work and take this profession that traditionally were taken by men. And in particular, I mean, like a crane operator, electrician, inspector of train cars, and others. We apply modern technologies to provide formal and remote training to our applicants. We use the VR specs and tactics suits, Tesla suit. Also, we use the corporate remote training system for to train our applicants and to train assessors, evaluators, as well as to prepare training materials. We also implement automated databases to our qualification center within our corporate system and ensure ongoing feedback mechanism to assess the qualification center. We collect the feedback from the applicants, from the evaluators, and from the structural units that refer the applicants to us for training. If we talk about modern technologies and quality, we analyzed our performance in 2023-24, and we see that the percentage of applicants admitted to assessment is the same, but we see some upward trends in the area of accreditation. So more people were admitted to high hazard jobs. And we believe that this is because we provide sufficient training online, in particular online courses for official and unofficial training, formal and informal training. We also prepare a checklist for our evaluators and the procedure to make sure that the applicants can see clearly the criteria against which they're going to be assessed at the end of the training. Next year, we plan to expand the network of our evaluators and expand the activities of our center in general. We will cover the individuals and legal entities, contractors in particular, because they will be able to confirm their professional level. We need to make sure that everyone can do that.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Anastasia. And wish you the best of luck in business development. It's so important for our economy. And our two next presentations are about the most important thing, because we have this war and the qualifications in question are extremely important right now when we are trying to defeat the aggressor. And this is about UASs, unmanned aerial systems, and training of experts to man them, to operate them. We're talking to De Dura, co-founders of limited liability company, Ukrainian Qualification Centres for UAS operators. Thank you very much. I'm very nervous. It's been a while since I last had a public speech, but there are many friendly faces in the audience. Very supportive they are. Thank you, the agency, for the opportunity, and for me not to forget, there's behind those gentlemen's back, we have the stand of ours. A bit of background. First of all, we have to answer the question, why? Well, we asked ourselves that question because Global Drone Academy, our founder, prepared 5,000, 4,000 operators we trained. But we could not provide them with the certificates verifying and validating their qualifications. So first we'll think about some kind of vocational arrangements, establishing an institution. I don't want to criticize anyone, but this is too complicated, too much red tape around it. It's a very difficult, cumbersome, formidable process. Well, Then we decided to create a professional standard instead. We put together a task force, and we are very thankful to all the people. We expect to have 10 people. We had 30 instead. The state agency for emergencies, National Guard, National Border Guard Service, the foresters, the military, lots of representatives from the schools, about 10 schools, a whole range, a very powerful team of a workforce, or task force, sorry. And I would like to provoke a discussion for Olga and for all the listeners. I would like to explain why we decided against partial qualifications. Nobody wanted them. The military commissariat do not want to see that. Well, partial qualification when U.S. operate a copter, a navigator of a copter, or aerial reconnaissance. We have 7 qualifications in 5 categories, like the drivers. A, light FPV, B, light FPV, the wing, C, D, a helicopter, E, F, medium size and heavy. We have this the light ones for the qualifications, and we do not do Bayraktars on any other big, actually, crafts. And that was embraced by the market. Quite frankly, our team was very happy to discover that the market was appreciative. There are 6 qualification centers doing that. The employment center, they're training such operators, the vocational training schools, but we created our own to boot. Let me share this positive news. It's not just because of the sponsorship. I would like to thank our sponsors quite genuinely and frankly. I worked as a civil servant once upon a time. This is a properly organized service providing agency. While developing the professional standards, we got certificate as developers. We were trained. All our questions were answered. We passed the test. We learned to develop professional standards. And now, getting this license, we are knocking at different doors, the TOT centers, but they say, look it up on our side, the resolution that, the guidelines this, but give us an example. That's the painstaking procedure, and the agency are ready to train. And creation of the qualification center, training. We learned how to create it. We learned 4 people became accredited experts. I'm one of them. Well, we have learned that with a hands-on experience to boot. Well, what was surprising is that that secular situation, circular economy of ours, we did that, we accredited qualification centers, and we started being approached. They wanted additional qualifications. Now we have registered an application. We again have a task force, 27 people. People keep joining. Igor is joining. There are many security issues. This is they have the blades, those crafts, and they pose a danger for an operator and bystanders, for forestation, for humanitarian mine clearance, the association humanitarian demining, the land surveyors, and the geodesists, and operator for tests when they test some improvised drones. There is no such qualification. I'm a tester. This is not quality assurance department, so they can try that drone and say that's a good thing, it's qualified, can fly, would fly. So what can I say about the opportunities? A great balance. Everything is transparent. Everything is digitalized, inclusive of the registration procedure. We came to terms with the agency according to the established procedure. Thank you, Yuri. Waving from behind. We make an entry, but the data on operators you cannot find because this is sort of confidential, not to say top secret. But everything else is transparent, and the great balance between the interests of employers and the person, the state. They do not ask about knowledgeability. I went to such and such operator school. What did you learn there? What can you do? What kind of competences, skills, and so forth? It is all in the professional standards. The Accredited Qualification Center is mentioned. This is the whole system that documents everything. You're supposed to answer the questions, and the evaluators cannot interfere. It's human error free. And then the testing grounds, the simulators, everything is fixed. So the employers get such operators ready-made, turnkey. Well, no questions about that. Person who have a confirmed qualification, they have a certificate which says that not just 30 hours of something and a couple of hours of testing on some grounds. And somebody said I was good. This is a real certificate, fully official, providing for this professional qualification. The state uses that. It's a win-win, clearly. Everyone utilizes the system. Let me say, well, one provocative thing, without spending hundreds of billions of hryvnias. This is the regulator. This is outsourced. The development of the centers and the qualification centers, this is a great thing. Of course, there's supervision, there's oversight, accountability, and so forth, but I'd like to say that our colleagues speaking before me, apart from Olga, the only exception, but everyone would say support, we do everything. It's always about education and vocational training. Well, let me say that there is also the sector of qualification centers, and we have to pay attention to that because it's not about being too formal. There is little time, but let me have another minute, just a minute, and about the prospects. I believe in this new law. It is, in many ways, more than one. I read through it. Yeah, I know it's on the side. It's on the side of the cabinet. 20 documents, not just the law, but also the impact, the differences, the comparison. I am hopeful that it will be adopted in the right version. We will participate and contribute as much as we can. The regulated professions sound right. The definition is very vague, discretionary, so to speak, the way we love it. I don't believe in any sectoral limits, national limits. Well, let's not dive into this too deeply, too deep. But I want a good version of this law. The law is all right, and the tax authorities should stop accosting the centers because they have no license for education, there's no VAT refund, and all that nonsense. Well, I am a great believer in development of the qualification centers, all of them. Let all the flowers blossom. This is very dynamic. This is very comfortable. This is very convenient. This is very quick, expedient, cost saving, especially when we discuss it at a slightly higher level. This is our victory, the reconstruction, the recovery and development of our society. Let me conclude saying that glory to Ukraine, glory to the armed forces, glory to heroes. Thank you, Igor, for your favorable feedback as regards our agency. We promise to work even harder, but for my part, I would like to say that the professional qualifications that you provide for, I'll speak for the fact that after our victory, those people who mastered this profession while operating UASs and all sorts of unmanned systems, they will find employment easily, because the future belongs to such systems even in peacetime. I would like to connect with somebody who is joining us online. So, Vadim, in a military regimental fashion, can you describe your work? Because it's an important thing. You, for the professional standards, a sapper, a D-miner, the T0500, a military unit. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are training on the professional standards on the miners, sappers, engineers, but our international friends are also providing assistance in training and this kind of profession, but they issue certificates which are international, understandably. So this has to be confirmed at the national level. We decided to use our unit to open a qualification center, to start a qualification center, to recognize this qualification acquired abroad, different levels of according to the international standards and so forth. For a SAPA, the miner EOD level 1, 2, 3, 3 plus, different categories, handling explosives. And we created this qualification center in order to confirm for those military officers the qualification acquired abroad. It takes on the average 4 to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, and then they apply to our center. We review their certificates issued abroad in terms of compliance, approve, and invite them to pass the exams, 3-stage academic with a occupational safety, the mining, SAPA, operations, explosives for people to know what they'll have to deal with. And the second stage is passing the practical test, where they use the testing ground to demonstrate their practical skills. And after going through all the stages, the head of the commission and the commission of the qualification and take their decision and calculate the points, whether the number of points is enough for recognition of the professional qualification acquired internationally. And then, based on this recognition, the Qualification Center issue the certificate. It's not just a piece of paper. It's all with protection features with the issuing agency, and this certificate is also accepted by the National Register of Qualifications. So this is an electronic confirmation that the person has been through the exams, the test, and it is fully recognized after being trained abroad. Why we opened this qualification center based on our training center? We are now enhancing our capabilities for the mining of the deoccupied territories. Unfortunately, the military, a great number of them trained abroad. This international training according to the standards of the mining in Ukraine has not been recognized by the law. It should be certified, so we opened the qualification center to certify that officially with some units getting through this qualification processes and become Ukrainian operators, recognized operators with all the certificates, all the rights following. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks for the invitation. Glory to the armed forces. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you, Vadim. Thank you for the thing you're doing. Thank you for a mission after the victory. Those people who have this qualification, we hope will start decontamination of the territory, deoccupied territories and Kiev region. There is a lot to do, a lot to accomplish. Dear colleagues, I'm addressing our online viewers. You can see that we have the qualification centers represented here. So our second part for the qualification centers, opportunities and prospects. That will be the qualification centers, and I'm happy to give the floor to a colleague of mine, Hanna Reznik, who will present qualification centers, the deputy head, and our viewers and listeners will see how the qualification centers operate and how the procedure is conducted and what this notion is.
Thank you, Vyacheslav. I welcome you, dear colleagues who are listening and watching us online. Today, we have the representation of the qualification centers that want to present the activities. So I want to thank everyone who joined us and supported our initiative. You have a chance to see how 7 qualification centers operate. They are represented here at our location. You can come up to them, you can ask them questions and answer, and find answers to the question that you are interested in. Please stay with us. We promise that's going to be interesting. So I kindly invite you to our first location. We have representatives of 2 qualification centers looking forward to meet us. This location is staffed with representatives of 2 qualification centers. One of them is the Qualification Center of Poltavsky iron ore plant. They will show us how they provide a qualification assessment of the electrical fitter. And we have a representative of another qualification center that provide qualification assessment of technicians. The floor goes to Tatiana. She represents Poltava Iron Ore Plant Qualification Center. I'm Tatiana Borisevich. I'm the head of the Department for HR at Ferexpo. Ferexpo is an international group that has been producing and processing iron ore for about 50 years. We produce high quality pellets, iron ore pellets for the international ferrous industry. Ferexpo belongs to top 3 exporters of iron ore products. We have over 10,000 employees. They are professionals of the highest level. They work as one coherent team. We always care for the professional skills of our employees, and the Qualification Center is one of the elements of this process. I'm Valentina Medvedeva. I'm an expert on organization or assessment of the Qualification Center. I'm happy to present to you the practices of our center, of the iron ore plant. Our Qualification Center is the only one in Poltava region, and we've been working for 3 years now. We have gone a long way from pilot to assessment of 23 professions with 54 professional qualifications. The applicants are staff of the iron ore and another iron ore in the region. Since February 2023 until today, our Qualification Center gave out 223 certificates confirming the professional skills, professional qualifications of the staff. One of the important elements of the assessment is the exam on theory, knowledge of theory. I'm Mikhailo. I'm an expert on assessment in the Qualification Center. I used to be a locksmith. I used to be a mechanic, metal worker. And I know what it means to be a professional. That's why we train our people with due quality, because we know how to make sure that they can get necessary skills. I am also qualification assessment expert in the Qualification Center. I believe that the theory plays a huge role in the course of training. Since we talk about the health and safety issues and other occupational hazards that we need to know about. We need to make sure that people know the theory and practice. We have a number of these stands that you can see here. We have about 5 of them. And these are the tools that are no risk, and a person can carry out a work without any risk, but still we can assess how professionally they can do it. My colleague will join in. I'm Yulia. I will brief you about the innovative method that we use in our assessments. We use VR simulation device with Tesla suit. So the fitter puts on the suit and does everything he's expected to do. He puts on the mask. That simulates the whole kind of world that fully matches the reality of his job. The suit checks whether the fitter does everything correctly or not. So this is really safe for the equipment and for the employer. The employer can work in a safe environment. That's why we invite you to our Qualification Center. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, representatives of the Qualification Center. Now I want to give the floor to Dniprovska Polytechnica. They also have a Qualification Center, and they will talk to us about how they train technicians. Mechatronics. I'm the director of the Qualification Center in the National University called Dniprovska Polytechnica. It was accredited this February according to 2 standards. This is the mechatronics technician and driller, well driller. Our center has accredited this profession of technicians, mechatronics, and this is the only, the first center accredited to train people for this profession. Technician mechatronics, this is a hard profession, and our evaluator will show how we assess individuals who are trained to become these professionals. Our expert here has over 3 years of experience in this area, and he will brief you in detail. I'm Sergey. Indeed, I am an evaluator, and indeed, I can provide quality education to everyone who needs it. Technician mechatronics, why is that important? Because there are a lot of new developments in robotics, technologies, digitalization, and indeed a lot of equipment that already has been modernized at all the businesses. And the question is, where can you be trained? Where can you learn how to handle this equipment? This is the center to go to. We use modern educational systems in line with European norms. We are guided by the standard of training of technicians, mechatronics, and we implement all the European and global standards. That includes training on electrical technologies, electrical mechanics, pneumatics, hydraulics, automation, sensor technologies, programming of logic controllers, and also basics of robotics. If we talk about the welding robotics that require not only the knowledge of programming, but require knowledge of technology. So this center helps us to evaluate the skills and knowledge that a person can obtain in any part of the world, and upgrade this knowledge, upgrade these skills with you using modern technologies. So we invite you to Dniprovska Polytechnica. This it is over 20 years old, and yeah, we'll be happy to welcome you. Thank you to our colleagues for such meaningful presentations of your work. Wish you every success. Let's move on to the next meeting. Qualification Center of UAV drones operators. We invite you to our next qualification center. It is called Ukrainian Qualification Center of UAV and drones operators. We see you have a lot of interesting things on the table. Could you please talk to us about them, how you use them in your work, please, Roman? Well, yes, good afternoon. You are in the exhibition stand of the Ukrainian Center of UAV Operators. We confirm qualification under 5 specialties. Igor, the head of our working group, will brief you about that. We have Yevgen with us. He is the director of the Qualification Center. We have Anton. He is the head of the Global Drone Academy. And myself, I am the head of the Ukrainian Association of UAV operators. And we kind of develop the professional standards based on 7 qualifications. We are going to show how the exam takes place. Yevgen will be the examiner, and Andrei will be the examinee. So the procedure, the actual test, the exam, includes 3 major stages. Stage number 1, that's about theory, testing the theory based on the professional qualification that the applicant applies to. The next stage is the confirmation of practical skills using a computer simulator. And if the computer simulation goes well, the final stage begins, which is about confirming the practical skills on actual range with the actual drones. Then the commission of evaluators confirms the practical skills and issues the professional certificate that confirms the qualification of the applicant. Evgen is going to demonstrate one of these simulation devices now. This is a FPV drone simulator. We all understand how important the FPV drones are in our life today. That is important for missions on the front lines and all the level to the sports competitions. This is a simulator that realistically demonstrates, mirrors the physics of drones and helps to learn the practical skills, obtain practical skills, how to operate a drone without breaking them. It is a safe process, and we can see how capable the person of controlling the drone before we go to the actual range. The test takes 2 days. Day 1, that's for theory and the simulation device, and then next day it's about practical flights to confirm the practical skills. So normally there are 2 days. If a person applies for several qualifications, it can take more time. Today we have applicants from different areas who want to operate UAVs in different industries. And we also have soldiers, who need to confirm their qualification to become instructors in their units. We are the first one to accredit UAV operators. You know that there are a lot of private centers that train UAV operators. They train soldiers, they work in the security defense centers. They do it with due quality, but they have a huge need for confirmation of the skills of their instructors. And in fact, in some cases, it can be a reason for the instructor to get deferment from the army and continue working as an instructor. Our Ukrainian Association of UAV operators began to increase the number of qualifications. Our distinguished speaker told you about that. We are a closed-type ecosystem, which means that we carry out the training. We at the Global Drone Academy. This is almost a vocational school. We are about to get a license from the Ministry of Education now, and we already have been existing for 3 years. Total number of students exceeds 6,000, and 2/3 of them are soldiers who are fighting the enemy now. And we have a qualification center. This is sort of a diamond in a frame that helps us to distinguish the amateurs from experts, from professionals. And it is something that we do in our training center, in our certification center. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, our distinguished, esteemed colleagues. You are doing a hell of a job here. And let's move on to our next location. Here we have representatives of our next qualification center. This is the center of DTEC Kiev Electric Networks. Sergey, the floor is yours. Please present your center. Thank you. I'm Sergey Silchenko, DTEC Academy. I won't surprise you. We certify professional qualifications in the energy sector. Mostly that's coal mining, coal processing. We have a training center in Ternivka, it's in Dnipropetrovsk region. Thermal generation of power, that's for our thermal power plants. We have them in Burштyn, Dodotir, Ladij. The power distribution center, we have qualification centers in Kiev, Vasilkiv, Odessa, and Podgorodny, that's in the Dnipropetrovsk region as well. How do we certify professionals? We use the VR technology, of course. Why? Because if you look at the physical process of assembly of equipment, you know that we need to have experts for that, the equipment, the actual unit to be assembled. And when the applicant comes to us and asks to be certified, and we understand that we don't want to spend so much time on equipment on that, we ask the person to take the VR test. If the person knows the process, then we can ask him to do that virtually. If you talk about this assembly of coupling, I've got Andrei with me. He will brief you in detail how it is done.
We have this this is operator of the transmission lines of 10 kilovolts, and he's putting on the polyethylene cover on the cable. In this case, our center is certified for such operator of the second and third grade, and also the fourth and the fifth for 10 and 35 kilovolts. This is the 10 kilovolt cover, and we can say that this is all done for the cable box operators, and we attract attention to their qualification, experience, their expertise, and we can use this situation when our applicants can use this cable box, which is quite expensive, and demonstrate that they can operate this box safely. And we use different technologies, and we can do this with the electricians, with the different types of cable boxes. Thank you very much. We have 6 qualification centers for the DTEC Academy, accredited 14 professional qualifications. And for next year, we plan to accredit another 35 professional qualifications with 8 qualification centers registered. For our body, thanks to DTEC and the qualification center there, it's been a very exciting presentation. I'd like to thank you for doing everything to keep our Ukraine lighted and powered. Thank you very much. Now, our next next location, we have representatives of 2 qualification standards centers here. And the first one is the Ukrainian Qualification Center for UASs, humanitarian demining, to demonstrate the results for professional qualification SAPA. And also we have Lviv Professional College for catering business, for the professional qualification under the standard called hotelier. And Vyacheslav Zhurba, which will discuss SAPAs. Dear colleagues, please enter the venue for you to be able to clearly see what is being demonstrated. I represent the Qualification Center. Vyacheslav Zhurba is the name, and I also wear a hat of the Humanitarian Center, or Qualification Center for Humanitarian Demining for the center. And this is done for the humanitarian demining, and also our members of faculty with a great experience, they are also evaluators in order to support this qualification. We are doing this based on the professional standard SAPA deminer, and according to the functions reflecting the professional standards, we have training and confirmation of qualification. Confirmation of qualification, as we have heard from the military engineers, while the military undergo training abroad originally, and then the qualification is accepted in Ukraine through this procedure. The same situation with the humanitarian demining. Some people are trained abroad, and after that they come to Ukraine in order to get their certificate, and they get confirmation of their qualification. The procedure of testing standard, they supply the documents. There's an interview on occupational safety, and then they have the academic and the practical part of the test administered. Well, it is chosen according to the professional standards, and we can divide that into identification of explosives, and there's some part, some explosives improvised and otherwise manufactured that we use for the tests. That's the point, that's for any SAPA, and it is very important for them to identify explosives, articles of munition, and the threat they pose. And also we have the destruction means, the marking means, and the detection means. The practical part is done in the field. We have this practical site for demining designed, and the demining procedure. The SAP demonstrate the operations. There's a procedure, some staging, preparation, and the actual operation. Well, you can see here the applicant and the assessor from the Qualification Center or evaluator Verkhovna, controlling all the stages. First, the primary check and for booby traps. And this is done at 3 levels, the lowest, then higher up, and even above the head it can be. So the metal detectors to be used, and if an explosive is detected or some suspicious object, the SEPA has to identify it. Well, this person has identified a landmine with a special marker. He's marking it, and when the qualification is confirmed, the applicant should demonstrate the same kind of operation in its order and procedure, according to the procedure established for it. And after the academic and the theoretical and practical part, the Commission to accept or deny qualification, and if the outcome is successful, they get certified accordingly. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we are very grateful to you for your work, for your presentation. I'm sure that you were excited to see the actual procedure. For the time war, this cannot be overestimated. The Qualification Center Lviv, Vocational College for Catering, and Horeca business, Maxim. I represent Lviv Qualification Center at the college. I am a member of faculty for the college. I am also an expert for the National Academy Qualifications and one of the developers of standards for a hotelier. Well, the center. We have the Diamond Center. This is a big hotel and catering business with the restaurants and hotels. So the applicants have the opportunity to get this qualification of a hotelier from administrative concierge, housekeeper, supervisor, all the stages, and they serve the guests, the patrons. And this is a combination of everyone wants to have some rest and get some food. So restaurants plus hotels and of course chefs and confectionery makers. It was very reasonably mentioned. There are some people who can do things, but they cannot prove it officially. People working for preschoolers, they want to come. They come to get they can cook, they can bake, they can do things, but they need an official document that they are really professional at it. So the Agency for Qualifications provided us with this opportunity for the people to undergo this procedure in an expedient fashion. So you can, it's the cook of the third, fourth, and fifth grades, and the hotelier and server. We have good labs for pastry cooks and confectioners and cooks. This is Hotel Diamond, where the master servers undergo the practical tests. So it's for the cook. preparation of the station, of the raw material, the technological process, cooking, and it is conclusion and presentation of the meal. Now, master servers, preparation on station, working with the menu, working with the orders, and all the necessary surveyings of food, and that the criteria of evaluation are as follows. Selection from the menu, doing the table serving, and for the master server, this is managerial. Selection of personnel, innovative technologies for all the categories of people, especially people with special needs. And master hotelier, the criteria is the table appointments, providing for the bed sheets, all the inventory and sanitary hygienic means, and pamphlets, and also putting together a trolley for cleaning, booking, checking in, checking out with survey program, and settlements. Now let's come to qualification of master manager, managerial selection personnel, internship, image and innovative technologies for all the categories inclusive of the people with the special needs. You're invited to our Qualification Center, which is situated in Lviv, Ivan Police Street 36. Thank you very much for the confectionery. People who are patient enough can taste, actually have some tasting of what is being cooked and baked. Well, let's try it. Let's try it. Thank you. Thanks for the present. So we're going to try all the delicious things, all the delicatessen. I am very grateful to you for the interesting presentation. We come from location to location, getting to know not just about some interesting things, but also some new things. And we expect to have new qualification centers. So our next location here that will represent our last qualification center for the beauty industry. And we all use those wellness services, but it is very interesting to look behind, take a peek behind the curtains, Academy for Professional Industry, for the beauty industry, Partner Plus, working under the professional standards, manicure, pedicure, hairdresser, and we would like to go behind the, take a look. Thank you. I'm Alan Nishenko, and I'm Director General of the Qualification Center Partner Plus. We have 12 occupations of the beauty sphere, and where we have 3 procedures to evaluate professional competences for the manicure, cosmetologist, manicure specialist, manicurist, cosmetologist, and hairdresser. There are 3 stage. The first stage is a test assignment for academic knowledge. Second, actually a comprehensive qualification work. We have been through the tests and they have gained a number of points, and now they're doing their qualification work. The first area is manicure and pedicure, and the operator is concluding the work. Manicure with apparatus, the renewal of the nail, varnishing design, and the evaluator evaluates the manicure technologies under 12 criteria. In 75 points, that is enough to get the qualification. Our next area is cosmetology. And we have an applicant doing cosmetic procedures. The skin was tested, the type identified, the agent morphotype, defects, the necessary materials for qualification work, the procedures. And now this is being done. She's doing the qualification work to provide cosmetic services that includes apparatus cosmetology, massage, wellness procedures, skincare, and the evaluator is stationed next to the applicant. 72 points will suffice. So, to get the qualification, the third area is hairdressing. And there's hot hairdressing with the accessories and with manicure, the hairdressing and the expert beauticians. We have physical comfort, physical wellness, and they can also get qualification of massage provider. The qualification in beauty sphere is very important because it helps make legitimate their professional operators open their own business, become a startup, and develop their own professional brand. So we will expect you to get a very simple procedure with a certificate to the qualification assigned. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final qualification center. Thank you for such substantial presentation. We all immersed ourselves into the world of provision of cosmetic service. Our colleagues from the center, we wish you every success and looking forward to new results in the form of new qualifications. I remind that we have representatives of qualification centers. They're going to stay with us until the end of our forum. You can approach them, talk to them, share expertise. We are done with the visit, with the tour around the qualification centers. I want to thank everyone who told us how they carry out qualification assessment. You all contribute to the development of human capital in Ukraine by working in the qualification centers. We wish you every success. Thank you for your work. Let's develop the system of qualification centers together. We continue our forum. I want to give the floor to our fantastic presenter. Thank you, Hanna, and thank you very much indeed to all the speakers for your professional speeches, interesting discussions. Thank you to the qualification centers at all. We plan the ceremony of awarding of the winners of the contest. We have a qualification centers that came to us from the frontline area. We want to give them the floor because they need to leave. Taras Manzi, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. For the effective work of qualification centers in the frontline areas, for the introduction of procedures of assessment of training and assignment of qualifications, the nomination Invictus. We want to award the Qualification Center of the State Professional Schools Romney High Vocational School. Please, Alexander, accept the award. Once again, please applaud Romney High Vocational School and their Qualification Center. Our congratulations. Thank you. I wish you every success. Our next session called Regulated Professions, Advantages, Reservations, and the Implementation Strategies. We're going to start at 1:30 p.m. Now it's lunchtime.
Кваліфікаційний центр активно співпрацює зі структурними підрозділами підприємств групи Ферекспо, що дозволяє ефективно залучати нових кандидатів в оцінювачі. Через цю взаємодію ми забезпечуємо постійний підбір висококваліфікованих фахівців, готових оцінювати знання, вміння та навички здобувачів. Така співпраця дозволяє розширювати мережу оцінювачів, що забезпечує високий рівень експертизи та надійності процесу оцінювання. Кандидати в оцінювачі отримують всебічне пояснення переваг співпраці з кваліфікаційним центром. Це не тільки можливість швидкого та зручного присвоєння нових кваліфікацій, але й внесок у збереження людського капіталу. Завдяки центру кваліфіковані працівники отримують шанс підвищити свій професійний рівень, а також знайти нові можливості для розвитку у своїй кар'єрі. Ми чітко дотримуємося умов відбору кандидатів на роль оцінювачів. Кожен кандидат повинен відповідати основним критеріям – наявність відповідної освіти та досвід роботи за фахом. Це гарантує, що оцінювачі будуть висококваліфікованими професіоналами, здатними надавати об'єктивну оцінку компетентностей здобувачів. Кваліфікаційний центр забезпечує повноцінну підготовку майбутніх оцінювачів. Створено спеціальний план мотивації, який включає як матеріальні, так і організаційні стимули. Бути оцінювачем – це можливість не тільки впливати на розвиток професійного ринку, але й допомагати іншим людям реалізовувати свої професійні амбіції. Це високовідповідальна робота, яка дає можливість для власного внеску в загальний розвиток суспільства. Ми також пропонуємо гнучкі та доступні онлайн-курси для навчання кандидатів. Завдяки такому формату кожен може проходити навчання у зручний для нього час. Окрім цього, кваліфікаційний центр забезпечує методично-організаційний супровід оцінювачів під час проведення процедур оцінювання, допомагаючи їм адаптуватися та впевнено виконувати свої обов'язки. Кваліфікаційний центр – це не тільки місце, де присвоюють нові кваліфікації. Це комплексний підхід до підбору та навчання оцінювачів, який гарантує високий рівень професіоналізму та прозорості під час проведення процедури оцінювання. Ми робимо все можливе, щоб наші оцінювачі були мотивовані, підготовлені і, найголовніше, задоволені своєю роботою.
Центр кваліфікації «Партнер Плюс» функціонує на базі Академії «Партнер Плюс». У кваліфікаційному центрі акредитовано 12 кваліфікацій. Фахівців б'юті-сфери наш центр кваліфікацій присвоїв та підтвердив 802 кваліфікації. Процедура оцінювання з професійної кваліфікації косметик передбачає 2 етапи. До оцінювання допускаються здобувачі, які заповнили анкету самооцінювання та й пройшли співбесіду.
Добрий день, Наталія.
Доброго дня, Катерина Ігорівна.
Я тримаю вашу анкету самооцінювання, за результатами якої ви можете бути допущені до процедури оцінювання здобутих компетентностей з професійної кваліфікації косметик. Скажіть, будь ласка, скільки ви вже практикуєте косметологію та де працюєте?
Практикую косметологію з 2017 року, коли закінчила першу базову освіту в «Партнер Плюс». Починала працювати найманим співробітником, потім відкрила маленький кабінет в Києві, а зараз я власниця маленької клініки.
Яку освіту ви маєте та які навчання пройшли?
Починала я з вищої медичної освіти, і під час проходження інтернатури я звернулася до навчального центру, де отримала свій перший сертифікат косметик. А надалі постійно проходила навчання або в центрах, де викладають по апаратним методикам виробники або офіційні представники.
Перед проведенням оцінювання здобувачів ще раз ознайомлюють з умовами, після чого вони приступають до першого етапу, а саме виконання тестових завдань для перевірки теоретичних знань. Другий етап передбачає виконання кваліфікаційної роботи, а саме виконання технологій косметичних робіт. До цього етапу оцінювання допускаються здобувачі, які успішно склали тести. Оцінка умінь здійснюється за визначеними критеріями та показниками. Результати комплексної оцінки знань та умінь здобувача кваліфікації косметик фіксуються у протоколі, на основі чого і приймається рішення про присвоєння кваліфікації та видачу фахівцям сертифікатів. Окрім цього, Центр кваліфікації уповноважений присвоювати та підтверджувати кваліфікацію масажист. отримання якої також розпочинається зі співбесіди зі здобувачем.
Скажіть, будь ласка, якими базовими знаннями та освіту, яку ви маєте, а також скільки часу працюєте масажистом?
Я маю диплом молодшого спеціаліста, спеціальність медсестринство. Також маю диплом бакалавра за спеціальністю фізична терапія, ерготерапія. Також маю посвідчення, спеціальність лікувальний масаж, масажиста. Працюю в масажі я вже понад рік. Саме напрям антицелюлітного масажу.
Здобувачі кваліфікації масажист також проходять перевірку теоретичних знань і практичних умінь за допомогою банку контрольно-оцінювальних матеріалів. Та за результатами проведеного комплексного оцінювання отримують відповідні сертифікати. За напрямом манікюрної і педикюрної справи Центр кваліфікації присвоює та підтверджує 4 кваліфікації. Манікюрна справа в Україні дуже популярна, а кваліфікація манікюрника трендова. Тому пройти оцінювання та отримати документ, який легалізує діяльність таких фахівців, важливо та переконливо. Здобувачі кваліфікації легко справляються із теоретичними та практичними завданнями. В ході оцінювання вони виконують тестові завдання та демонструють технології манікюрних робіт. За період функціонування Центру кваліфікації «Партнер Плюс» було присвоєно 504 кваліфікації за напрямом манікюрної і педикюрної справи. Усі дані щодо присвоєних і підтверджених кваліфікацій вносяться до Державного реєстру. Центр кваліфікації «Партнер Плюс» завжди чекає усіх бажаючих фахівців б'юті-сфери пройти швидку та зручну процедуру оцінювання та бути в гармонії зі світовими тенденціями визнання самоосвіти.
Сапери, які закінчують наш навчальний заклад, вони вже залучаються до роботи по очищенню місцевості від вибухонебезпечних предметів. Підготовка теоретична у нас здійснюється в навчальних класах. Це у нас один із навчальних класів, де здійснюється підготовка по засобах захисту, засобах пошуку. І також тут вивчаються у нас частково вибухонебезпечні предмети. Далі наступний клас у нас буде по ідентифікації вибухонебезпечних предметів. І також там проводиться у нас заняття надання долікарської допомоги. І зараз там якраз у нас проходять заняття. Проходять заняття, відпрацьовується питання надання допомоги постраждалому і підготовка до проміжного оцінювання з надання домедичної допомоги. Далі ми перейдемо в наступний клас. Цей клас в першу чергу буде використовуватися для модуля ідентифікації вибухонебезпечних предметів. Ми з вами знаходимося на навчальному центрі Центру підготовки гуманітарного розмінування. Він обладнаний декількома навчальними майданчиками. І один з навчальних майданчиків – це у нас розмінування вручну. Можемо пройти з вами, подивитися, де працюють сапери. Тут відпрацьовуються навчальні питання. По-перше, робота сапера, один сапер, один прохід. Можемо підійти більш детально це оглянути. Тут один із елементів робочого майданчика – це місце збору металевих предметів. Усі предмети, які виявляє сапер під час роботи, вони збираються. На самому місці, де працюють сапери, у нас обладнані безпечні проходи. Тут теж у нас безпечний прохід, і вже починаючи з безпечного проходу у нас працюють сапери. Ми знаходимося на навчальному місці, де відпрацьовуються питання з підривання зарядів вибухових речовин і знищення вибухонебезпечних предметів. Тут сапери відпрацьовують питання роботи з засобами електричного способу підривання і питання знищення вибухонебезпечних предметів, встановлення заряду і приведення його в дію. Сапер, який проходить перший рівень кваліфікації, він проходить весь цикл, починаючи від пошуку, виявлення, ідентифікації і знищення, знешкодження вибухонебезпечних предметів. Підготовка в центрі організована за модульною системою. Кожен модуль фактично це як окрема цілісна одиниця. 6 модулів складає система підготовки. Перший модуль це у нас йде безпека і гігієна праці. І цей модуль передбачає вимоги безпеки під час виконання робіт з очищення і під час виконання завдань як з пошуку виявлення, так і під час знищення вибухонебезпечних предметів. Модуль цей проходить на початку курсу, але ті вимоги, які закладаються в цей модуль, вони фактично проходять через весь курс і постійно йде контроль за дотриманням заходів безпеки, вимог при виконанні будь-яких операцій, які буде здійснювати здобувач освіти. Наступний модуль у нас для ідентифікації вибухонебезпечних предметів, теж дуже важливий модуль в тому плані, що в першу чергу сапер повинен визначити, що це є вибухонебезпечний предмет, якого типу це вибухонебезпечний предмет, які він може нести загрози, в першу чергу для самого сапера і для тих людей, які знаходяться поруч з ним. Які запобіжні заходи вжити при виявленні цього вибухонебезпечного предмета. Тобто це все закладається у нас в цьому модулі. Наступний модуль у нас йде надання домедичної підготовки. Теж підготовка здійснюється на протязі 40 годин, відпрацьовуються як теоретичні питання, так і практичні. Наступний модуль у нас відпрацьовується питання з пошуку і виявлення вибухонебезпечних предметів. Наступний модуль це у нас буде знищення вибухонебезпечних предметів. Це йде завершальний етап курсу підготовки.
Кваліфікаційний центр проводить процедуру оцінювання за 54 професійними кваліфікаціями, визначеними наступними професійними стандартами: агломератник, верстатник широкого профілю, дробильник, збагачування, агломерація і брикетування, електрогазозварник, електромонтер з ремонту та обслуговування апаратури та пристроїв зв'язку, електромонтер з ремонту та обслуговування електроустаткування, електрослюсар черговий та з ремонту устаткування, машиніст ексгаустера, машиніст компресорних установок, машиніст конвеєра, машиніст крана, кранівник, машиніст млинів, збагачення та брикетування вугілля, машиніст насосних установок, машиніст погрудковувача, оглядач-ремонтник вагонів, сепараторник, збагачення, складач поїздів, слюсар з ремонту колісних транспортних засобів, слюсар-ремонтник, стропальник, фільтрувальник, флотатор, формувальник машинного формування. 200 сертифікатів про присвоєння підтвердження професійних кваліфікацій.
Вітаємо усіх глядачів, хто приєднався.
Good afternoon to those who have been monitoring us from the very beginning and those who joined us. We are carrying out the international forum called Human Capital Value, Equality and Development. This year we're implementing that under the partnership of with the support of Heritage Ukraine and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. and other the projects to support the IDPs and the people affected by the war. I encourage you to take part in active discussion. Please ask your questions to the media resources of the agency. We will answer questions here at the forum or afterwards. We are moving on to our next session, which is called Regulated Professions, Advantages, Reservations, and Strategies of Implementation. I want to invite Inna Sachuk to moderate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I hope the discussion is going to be interesting and meaningful, substantial. I want to introduce to you our speakers. We will have international expert Ines Esture. She's going to be with us. She is a senior expert and coordinator on professional qualifications recognition in the Department for Political Initiatives and Development of the Ministry of Education and Science of Latvia. We will have Sandra Kvaraciene, she's coordinator on recognition of professional qualifications in the Ministry of Economy and Innovations of Lithuania. We had a couple of meetings with them in the webinar format to formulate questions for this panel discussion. We will also have Taras Tarasenko. He is an MP and deputy head of the Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament on Social Policy and Protection of the Veteran Rights. We will also have the director of the Department of Employment Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, Daria Andryunina. Federation of the Steelworkers of Ukraine is going to be represented by the director of the legal department in the National Association of the Regional Organizations of Employers of Steel Industry, Mr. Andrei Pidimai with us. Andrei, are you with us? Also, we'll have the head of the directorate of the medical personnel, Sergei Bukhov. We'll have the Anna Kiri, she is deputy head of the architectural chamber in the National Union of Architects of Ukraine. We'll have Volodymyr Mirnenko, he will represent the Ministry of Education, and we'll have the deputy head of the department on safety of food and the protection of the consumers. He will represent the state service on safety of food and protection of consumers. His name is Volodymyr Kosturov. A couple of housekeeping issues before we start. You see, this is the countdown. That's countdown for your speeches. We will have 5-7 minutes per each speaker. Please observe this deadline. We'll have speakers who need to leave earlier because of their workload, so please don't be offended. At some point they will leave. This is just how it is for their schedule. In 2005, the EU approved a directive for the European Parliament and Council on recognition of professional qualifications and regulation of professions. Ukraine became the candidate nation, and the implementation of the EU law is an imperative as part of our integration to establish the unified labor market. We need to ensure the similar standards. As a result, there are a lot of questions. Who should be the holder of these activities, owner of these activities, as pertains to the regulated profession? Who needs to coordinate this issue? Who should recognize these regulated professions, and so on? So there are a lot of really questions. So we want to ask our international experts to share their experience, because they already have gone through this way if we talk about recognition of professional qualifications. So, dear colleagues, could you please share your experience, in particular Ines Estura? Please, the floor is yours. She is a senior expert, senior coordinator on recognition of professional qualification, Department of Political Initiatives and Development, the Ministry of Education and Science of Latvia. We're happy to see you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me floor. Привет, good day to everyone. Hello, dear colleagues, greetings from Latvia. First of all, let me congratulate you all with the organization of this great forum, giving floor to so many relevant stakeholders to discuss issues of development of human capital. And I will give some insight to regulation of professions, how we look at it, this issue is there in Latvia. Next slide, please. The trend is clear. Regulation of professions is growing across the world, especially in systems, what we know as the Western legislative countries. So, for instance, in the United States, less than 5% of jobs was regulated by 1950s. But 60 years later, this figure had grown fivefold to 25%. And approximately the same is for European Union. So 22% or over 47 million of citizens are working in regulated professions. Next slide, please. But what is very important, the share of regulation varies widely across the countries. As you see, from 13% in Denmark to 33% in Germany. So it's a 3 times difference. And this message is very important, that it is up to every country to decide what to regulate, how strong to regulate, and how to do this policy. And it's also up to you, Ukrainians, to decide what and how strong to regulate. Thank you. Next slide, please. Definition of regulated professions, as already told you, is set in our 36 directive. In short, it's a professional activity, access to which is subject to the possession of specific professional qualification. Next slide, please. But there, you have to look at this picture in a broader perspective and actually to understand in principle why something should be regulated, why someone professional should be limited in their professional activities. And answer is in a very nature of contemporary society, which is so diverse and so interdependent, and in fact, actions of individuals, groups, or government can affect a wide variety of different interests. These interests include practicing of professionals, clients, third parties, potential entrants into the profession, taxpayers, and so on. And this tricky balance in policy must be found somehow to balance these interests. Next slide, please. And this picture explains that in this balance, public interests must be considered as heavier than financial gains of particular groups. But anyway, regulation of professions means that must be answered such questions as who will benefit from a given policy? Who will benefit from a regulation of a given profession? Who will bear its costs? Who will pay for regulation? Because everything pays and costs something in this world. And how the costs and benefits are to be shared. Next slide, please. And Definitely, professions must be regulated to ensure protection of public interests, but it's more easier to say than to done. And protection of public interests must include, first of all, fair balance of all interests. Next point, this policy should be aligned with the principles such as efficiency, should be economically efficient, accountability, everyone could understand and explain why something regulated. It must be fair and practically also applicable. And viewed in this light, the notion of public interest is meaningful only within the context of a comprehensive and open debate among representatives of diverse range of interests. So everyone must be involved and everyone must be given seat around the table. Next slide, please. There again, these four important principles are emphasized. And what are these public interests? And there we have very good and practical guidance found in a recently adopted directive on proportionality test, where in Article 6 there is a list of public interests. And those which are here bolded are those public interests what we are protecting in Latvia by regulation of professions. And the last slide, please. And there is the scene structure of our regulated professions by occupational sector. And as you see, almost 3/4 of our regulated professions are in a healthcare sector, and only few are we regulating in a manufacturing or service provision sectors. So it's definitely healthcare is, in our opinion, the most important public interests would be protected by regulation of professions. Thank you very much for your kind attention and this possibility to attend your forum.
Дуже дякуємо, пані Інесе.
Thank you, Ines, for such an interesting, substantial, concise report. Every time we talk to you, we get some new messages from you. Fantastic, thank you very much. I want to give the floor to your colleague, Sandra Kvaratiene, Coordinator on Recognition of Professional Qualifications at the Ministry of Economy and Innovations in Lithuania. Sandra, Ms. Kvaratiene, please share your experience, how you regulated professions in your country.
Hello to everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes?
Yes.
So thank you for invitation and thank you for organizing this extremely important for Ukraine forum. And today I will have short presentation about key aspects towards establishment of a system for recognition of professional qualification. So first of all, I would like just to introduce myself very quickly. As already presented, my name is Sandra Kvaratiene, and I am the coordinator from Lithuania, coordinator for the professional qualifications. And I was working in this field about 20 years. I'm very excited to presenting you the main aspects necessary for the establishment of a system for recognition. As Inessa more talked about the regulated professions, I will cover another topic, how to implement PQD and what steps are the most important. Next slide, please. So why recognition of professional qualification is important? So first of all, it's obvious, it's regulation of profession. And the regulation of profession in principle is an obstacle to free movement of persons. Therefore, all the requirements that the state imposed must be proportionate to the objective pursuit, as Inessa told us. The regulation of profession is not a bad process itself. Its purpose is to protect, ensure a public interest, its safety, health, but at the same time is a barrier to a free movement of persons and to specialists. The second step is why it's important is free movement of persons. Free movement of person is one of those elements that are particularly important and to individuals because they want to move, they want to work in another countries, come back to their states, and so on. And the last one, strengthening EU single market by allowing people to move more freely. It opens new opportunities not only for specialists, but also for businesses, for consumers, and for all the country. Next slide, please. That's why we do have a directive, as we called PQD, on the recognition of professional qualification. And this directive establishes rules how to recognize professional qualifications gained in another member state. And in this directive established, perhaps, in my opinion, the most effective principle of recognition. So it's automatic recognition based on a harmonization of minimum training requirements for 7 sectoral professions, as you know: nurses, midwives, doctors, dentists, pharmacists, architects, and veterinary surgeons. And the last one, which is extremely important in the directive and not only in the PQD, is opportunities for cooperation, because the PQD also contains a number of provisions for cooperation, which is, my opinion, the most important element. And in particular, cooperation must take place within the state among all interested partners. For example, setting minimum training requirements for nurses, it's not enough to put all the requirements into the legislation. Both and the competent authorities responsible for regulation and the training institutions responsible for the training and the professional organizations will have to cooperate all together that the system should work. Of course, the process of recognition of professional qualifications has international aspect because a home and a host member state is involved. To this end, the tool for cooperation in the PQD is foreseen as the internal market information system, regulation profession database, alert mechanism, point of single contact, assistance center, and all the institutional setup that should be in a place in order the system would work. Next slide, please. So the main steps for effective system of recognition of professional qualification, in my opinion, would be the first of all, identification of regulated profession. Ukraine should identify all the professions require specific qualification and establish continuous monitoring of regulated profession, because I know that this system always keep going, and one regulated professions are becoming regulated, another are deregulated, and this system just going and going. The second one, establish a legal framework. So just develop a legal framework for recognition aligned with the directive. Also create an institutional structure. 4 elements are crucial for this institutional structure. So it's competent authorities, coordinators, point of single contact, and assistance center. All these 4 elements are in the system of recognition. Also, as I already told, minimum training requirements for 7 sectoral professions are extremely important. Work together and meet these requirements in order to move further. Next slide, please. we come back to cooperation because as I know from my practice and from my country practice, the coordinator and the coordinating institution can't work alone. That's why strong collaboration is really essential for success. And all methods are crucial for implementing the professional qualifications of recognition, and formal formats as working groups, council initiatives. Also, informal formats are very important, like recommendations, meetings, ad hoc meetings, or even conferences are crucial just to be everything in place. The coordinator's role are very important. Also, build an actionable roadmap. Just well-defined action plan is essential not only for the system, but for every system. Next slide, please. And this slide I named like choosing the right model for your country, because in the PQD there are some provisions that are not regulated and every country could choose the way how to apply it or implement it, like appointing competent authorities. The state must take into account the capacity of competent authorities to carry out functions prescribed by the PQD. Also designing the legislation, and Ukraine should decide which model to choose, a horizontal or more sectoral one. Also regulated profession list. The PQD does not regulate the way the list should like. It should be approved by the legal law or no. So for every country just to choose what model to choose in order to be more effective and more precise. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide. So strong legal framework, effective collaboration, and ensuring minimum training requirements. I think these are three main steps go to the well-defined and well-structured PQD system. So it would be all from me. Thank you, and I wish you a productive discussion. I have so much hope that Ukraine will succeed in all these measures. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава. Та щиро дякую.
Glory to heroes. Thank you, madam, for your presentation, concise, instructive, and we I've heard about the 36 directives for selection of coordinators for this work, for recognition of professional qualifications. And both coordinators stressed that we had to create some legislative framework and regulatory framework implementing Directive 36 and 958, the EU directives, presented the criteria for regulating of specific professional activities. There were several mentioned. Thank you very much. Thanks to our international experts, and we hope for your support and participation in our implementation of recognition of professional qualifications for the regulated profession. Thank you very much for your contribution, madam. Our national market de facto is saturated with the regulated professions. There's no definition that there are some de facto, and our market is special in a way. So let me address first Taras. Taras, tell us please, from your point of view, is it necessary, is it feasible to regulate access to professional activities from the point of view of priorities? Prioritizing integration of a great number of veterans for their resettlement, and we will have plenty of people with certain disabilities. So how can Good afternoon. I would like to respond to the discussion of our Latvian colleagues, the equilibrium. It's a great challenge to form this balance between what Europe has to offer. I was involved in GDPR implementation. It was very difficult. And we'll have to finalize for our Ukrainian nationals the notion of regulated professions, because we are not in the EU yet, so we are having this war on our hands, and this is a totally different situation. Implementing the EU law, we have to create our own legislation, and that should be regulated by a statute to make it effective for the country. We are over-regulated when it comes to occupation, but there are certain gaps, especially when we talk about veterans' mental health. This occupational psychology is not regulated. All the certification is done by all the international providers. Mental health is over-regulated, psychology is not regulated. Also, there was that scandal with the notorious Spartak Subota, and that was very bad for many people, adolescents and so forth, because that profession appeared not to be regulated at all. We need a societal dialogue, a public dialogue, to decide what has to be regulated and what has to be deregulated. I'm mostly in favor of deregulation because we have to form this quick access to professions. The youth change. All the veterans come with some injuries and wounds, and they want employment, but not at 16,000 hryvnias. This is a big challenge in its own right, because combatants get 100 to 120,000. They come back wounded, and 16,000 hryvnias is not an option. They are motivated. They want to learn something new and get access to a good occupation. But this has to be regulated with a fast-track, simplified system so that people can get quick access and provide income for themselves and their families and feel rewarded for their efforts and the risk they taken instead of inspections and being accosted with the unnecessary requirements. This has to be regulated, and then with the secondary legislation it is necessary to work so that the general mechanism is developed. But I would like to discuss the public dialogue for us to talk to business and the way they see this streamlining, make it in simple is good, but on the other hand, we have to protect our citizens and regulate the professions so that we can prevent some unnecessary harm because of the non-professional activities. I understand the equilibrium, Taras. I understand the public dialogue and the work with the Ministry of Economy that is in charge, concerned with the regulated professions. Daria, I have a question to you concerning the situation with the national economy and the necessity to do things for implementation of the EU law. Can you break down the pros and cons of regulated professions, the balance, like Taras discussed it? How can we actually maintain this balance? And I would be grateful if you outline the challenges for regulated professions when Ukraine is not yet ready, because awareness is preparedness. Well, I would like to start my presentation with thanks to the armed forces for the opportunity to stay in safety here in such difficult conditions and discussing our European prospects, our European future, and the regulated professions in particular. It's a specific topic, and indeed, we have no notion of that in the legislation. But getting ready for the screening meeting under Section 2, free movement, and Section 3, freedom on entrepreneurship is service provision, the Ministry of Economy analyzed the approximate number of the regulated professions we had. We have about 225, 150, and 250. That's sections, professions, and related specialities in the breakdown. We cannot compose this set without any legislative provision, but without public dialogue, it would be impossible to achieve. But let me announce that based on the results of screening meetings, the Ministry of Economy have initiated this task force to implement Directive 36. And under the task force, we're going to discuss regulated professions and also comprehensive act or statute for the regulated profession. This is not going to be an easy discussion, mind you, because we're discussing the pros and cons, as you suggested, but with the regulated professions, we have to understand that this is about equilibrium between the economic feasibility and the societal good. For the society, it should be comfortable as consumer of services and for businesses providers. These discussions are going to be heated, but the Ministry of Economy are ready for that, as we think. We invite all interlocutors to contribute, and based on the results of this comprehensive law, we have to envision the situation when we do not have an exhaustive list as a result of that, because we'll create the legislative framework, but the European Commission emphasized that this specific checklist is not really necessary. But for convenience of the business, we have to understand the occupations in question, the checklist for our reference will exist, and the classifier of the professions, well, as updated, should contain the mention of this profession being regulated or not, specific profession. I wanted to announce some things. With the European Commission, we actually, it's related to Directive 36 this year, professional card, EU professional card. The Ministry of Economy developed a set of activities to introduce this card. This instrument is innovative. It's about cutting through the red tapes and making things easier for business, and the stakeholders will see the draft directive proposed for their approval. And at the European Commission, we discussed the issue of the proportionality test, proportionality evaluation. As a result of introduction of such a test, we have to understand that part of the professions are deregulated, and some of them should be additionally regulated. This is not easy, but we have to make the society aware of such a necessity and such a plan. And we have to start a serious dialogue. So I'm calling upon you for constructive cooperation. The Ministry of Economy are prepared to develop such a document in a prompt fashion. It's not an easy topic, but we are ready for this challenge. And you're all invited to contribute. Thank you very much. Thanks, Daria. Will do. The agency, I'm speaking on behalf of the agency, on behalf of the employers. Thank you for recognizing that this issue is a sensitive one. Heated discussions, we noted, and we will participate in them. By all means, now, representative of the education of the Ministry of Defense, military education and science, who will discuss the necessity of regulation. Military professions. This is a special issue. If we take our favorite Directive 36, there's nothing about military professions in there. But we have this special marketplace of labor, special conditions. We cannot really ignore the topic of military professions. And Volodymyr, the floor is yours. The regulated or deregulated state of this market.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the opportunity to take part in this event. This is the date of the land forces of Ukraine. If you know some people, you'd probably know that they are real professionals in what they do. I want you to encourage you to congratulate them on their professional day. As to the regulated professions, we all understand that education and training, these are two different things. Education is day and training is night. But altogether it's 24 hours, yeah, that gives a chance to a person to get necessary qualification to be able to work well. And when we talk about qualification, there are educational aspects and there are training aspects. If we talk about training, we need to realize that simplification in the area of training of soldiers should not happen. If you are supposed to shoot 700 bullets, you should do that. If you need to be able to use RPG, you need to be able to take 26 shots, and only after that can you go and implement the missions. We, as the Department for Military Education, create that person that is supposed to meet the mission objectives. Now the problem is, what are the requirements that we set to the graduates in the area of training and education of soldiers? Some of you may say that there are military registered military professions, but let's compare them, what we had in 2018 and 2024. Is there a difference? No, there isn't. Only the date is different. But there should be something that would unite these both elements, the education and training. This should be called the position, we call it passport. So position profile, and it should be prepared by someone who is gonna need this profession. Just you remember yourself, when you just your job description, yeah, who prepared that? It was normally you yourselves. You wrote that, and then you went to your supervisor to sign it. It should not be like that. There should be the position profile, professional standard, profession classification that explains what's profession about, and only based on these documents should we prepare the curricula or professional training programs. Because we don't want people to tell you when you go and find your first job, if you forget what you were trained about. Now we're going to train you. What did we do so far? Back in 2020, we audited the system of military education. And we engaged the US, Canada, Germany, Denmark, Lithuania experts into this process. And we built a clear-cut action plan to make sure that our military education system is in line with NATO standards. We changed legislation on education, on higher education, on academic activities. There is a new resolution of the cabinet, the concept on transformation of military education, and that fully changes the system of military education. And since the 1st of September 2023, we've had a totally new military education system that is in line with NATO standards. In October 2025, we're going to audit our military education system again, and it's going to be done only by the United Nations. And based on this audit, we will start certifying our courses of military, professional military education. The first military education course to be certified, this is the operational level course. And after the audit and after certification, we will have soldiers of other countries coming here and being trained here in Ukraine. And now we are sharing our experience of transformation of military education system to other nations. However, what do we do with this problem that I mentioned? We don't have the position profiles. We don't have the professional standards. So what we did was something else. We established close cooperation with NATO countries, and thanks to the DEEP program, this is a DEEP education enhancement program that helps to finance engagement of international experts and helps our experts to be trained abroad. So this DEEP program helped us to train people under NATO nations. We didn't wait for the professional standards to change. We started from scratch to do something that they did. They had. We bring to Ukraine their professional programs, their professional standards, and we take the planning and decision-making processes on technical operational level that are based on our experience. No other country has that kind of huge experience that we've got here in the area of the use of a huge array of weapons. No other country has ever had it. And now the experience of Ukraine is, it is really huge. You know that there are institutional requirements for Ukraine to join NATO that were approved in Washington now. We have them in Ukraine, and they are classified into groups. And there is another, there is a special section, group of requirements regarding to military education. And the change of HR management is a requirement there. The HR management that would lead to changes of passport profiles that introduce and reduces zero profession called soldier. It is going to be a profession in the catalog of professions, and that's why I want to say that yes, there is still a lot of work ahead. The Ministry of Defense has a clear position, which is to fully replace old positions with new ones, to change old people with new ones who know what to do. And I think that this is the way for us to go on. We are not going to be complacent. We're not going to be. We're not going to stop here. We are really preparing for the audit next year. I wish us all every success. There's a lot of work ahead. Thank you, Volodymyr. Well, we're still one area regulated, basically, as we hear representative of the Ministry of Defense. Yeah, this is that totally regulated area, as I understand. Andrei, the floor is yours. You heard what the Ministry of Economy said about the regulated profession. You heard a representative of one of our sectors of national economy about the regulation. Let's talk about the employers in general. What do you think about the need or interest or a requirement for regulation of certain professions? Employers always love their regulation. That would probably be the beginning and end of my speech. Well, yes, thank you, but could you please still expand a little bit? You heard the Ministry of Defense point. I'm going to talk about civilian message. There are dual purpose professions in the civilian domain as well. A lot of people were mobilized to the armed forces. Some of the people are coming back now to their jobs. And they showed that they were very effective in deterring the Russian aggression, and they can be very effective at their job places. What's the take of employers regarding regulated profession? Well, regulation, is it about the quality according to the Directive 36, or is it about access to position? Because from the employer's point of view, a regulated profession is about access to position. And our international speakers, I like the presentation of our first speaker. She spoke about the US market. She spoke about 5% of regulated profession. Now it went up significantly. Yes, regulation of profession is about finding the balance in the labor market, because the employer looks at competencies, and only then does he look at the document that confirms them. Still, we have something that's called job position. We have the probation term normally for each position, and the employer looks at his future employee from the point of view of skills or knowledge or aptitudes, not certificate. Certainly, certification is important, no doubt about that. And this is like a quality sign, yeah, the confirmation of the quality. Coming back to the labor market, quite a few Ukrainians left Ukraine and went abroad. They used to have regulated jobs, like my profession, lawyer, defense lawyer. That's the profession I had. We have people who went to Germany and took up blue-collar jobs, couldn't work as a defense lawyer, because the lawyer is a regulated profession. It's really hard to access it in Europe, and there are only few. I mean, there are always a lot of lawyers in all the countries. It's hard to compete. So any person chooses his way, which is simpler and easier. If it is a more complicated and unclear way, and you choose to take it, and then you're paid lower than the market average, like a doctor. A doctor, junior doctor, he gets 16,000 hryvnia after taxes. This is a regulated profession. You need to really learn hard and a lot to become a doctor. And today, the labor market offers a lot of new modern professions with easy access to, and the person can get a much bigger salary compared to a regulated salary, a regulated profession with salary of 16,000 hryvnias. So let's take a view of a regular Ukrainian who chooses whom to become, what to become an engineer, or to take an easy way, a simple way, and access the labor market fast. Certainly, any person would opt for a pragmatic and easy approach. Yeah, like, why would I get training as an engineer? I can find a better job and faster. And the engineers who work at factories, at plants, they retire, become pensioners, they leave, and there is no one to replace them. So additional regulation is a complex issue. Let's talk about those lists. 150, 250 professions in those lists. Well, we've had list number 1, list number 2. We've had them for a long time, like an excavator operator who works in an open pit. Under the Directive 36, it is a regulated profession, and all others around this profession. He certainly was trained as an excavator driver. He knows how to operate it, and so on. But for him to start as well, he needs like a certificate of health and safety standards. He needs to take medical examination and so on and so forth. So we already have the list. Take this list 1 and 2, read the Directive 36, and de facto you'll see that this is actually the list of regulated professions. And those professions on those lists 1 and 2, they are really they are really hard to fill. I mean, those vacancies, because there is mobilization, people left, and these professions are hard. The conditions are not easy, and it's really hard to find people to take these jobs. We have about 20% of shortage of personnel. This is just a number valid as of several months ago. So there is no queue of people, line of people, both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine, willing to take those jobs. Let's be honest here. So the question is, how many positions should we have in this list of regulated professions? Should it be a big list or not one? A long list or not? Look at Europe, Germany, for example. Recently there was a law passed that simplifies citizenship for expats, and the requirements that it should be a person with engineering background, like a physician or chemist. So they simplify the conditions for highly qualified people. Yeah, they, on the one hand, they establish the barrier, but then they say, okay, let's simplify it for skilled people who can work and develop our industry. So coming back to the beginning of my speech, we advocate deregulation. We believe that there is a misbalance in the labor market. When the situation is back to normal, then we can back to the regulation. Let's encourage people and employers to find each other. In particular, in the area of regulated professions or deficit professions, professions that are indefinite. Thank you, Andrei. The last conclusion is in line with the expectation, because if you look at the Directive 908, we need and we will understand that the national market is something that we need to really focus on. We need to look at the regulation of market from the prism, from the lens of proper functioning of economy. So indeed, yes, finding a balance, this is a must, to not to lose what we've got and to let people whom we wait for, whom we wait to return from the war, so that they could work properly. I want to give the floor to Sergei Dubrov. Please. Sorry, but I have to run. The draft law on entrepreneurship of veterans needs to be passed soon. I'm not going to introduce amendments about regulated professions into the draft law, but, well, I'll mind what you do. Thank you for your engagement. Okay, Sergei, the Directive 36, let's take it, let's have a look at it. It covers the professions that are subordinated in particular to the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, like doctors and nurses, paramedics. The regulation, as it explained in the directive, enough for you, because it only sets out the minimum educational requirements only. I know our requirements are much bigger, and they are much more regulated. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the question, indeed. Indeed, the Directive 36 offers only a framework requirements for pharmaceutical workers and medics. One of the requirements is duration of training. in particular postgraduate training, because medical professions are special, because the lion's share of the training you get in the after the university, in the when you do internship and residency and so on. So also now we along with the regular work, we analyze, we compare the curricula on medicine or pharmacy or dentistry. We analyze them and try to make sure that they match the European ones. For the pharmaceutics, nurses, physical therapists, and others, we do that, and we know there is a match.
Of course, we understand this notion of regulate. It's much broader. And historically, we are regulated. The majority of our professions are regulated. They never been called that so far, but it depends on how much time you have to invest to achieve the qualification, the attestation, and the annual professional development courses, uninterrupted professional development it is called, and certain qualification levels being established, and the requirements that you cannot have a position without some qualification category, the highest perhaps. Well, we've had this all before, but it is a bit obsolete in terms of terminology. Also saw at the level of the secondary legislation within our scope. We use professional qualification as a notion. We understand which documents, which actors have to provide it or confirm it or recognize it or verify the level. But we have specific features of our field. It's not just about functional qualification centers. Well, we cannot just plant that artificially. We have our own way, you know, and we have this transition model in mind. Attestation, with assigning the qualification level through attestation commissions created at the Ministry of Health Care, regional departments of health care at the respective institutions. We have simplified the requirements as much as we possibly could for uninterrupted professional development and so forth, minimize the corruption risks for the objective requirements, and that will be marked with a higher professional level. This is transitional because the draft in the pipeline is not just for the veterans, but also there's another one for self-regulated professions in healthcare. And the local self-governance bodies under that will have the chamber of family doctors, specialists, nurses, pharmacists, and dentists. They will have the lawful mandate to provide entry or grant entry to the profession with the license issues, individual licenses that it is being done in all the civilized countries. We hear in 5 years the new model will be in place, as we expect we'll have the general legislation for the professional qualification, and that includes our legislation for self-governance in the healthcare system. Thank you. Sergey, do I get it right that this draft, this bill, well, this is going to be a law, and the regulated professions under the Ministry of Healthcare are regulated by secondary legislation or by laws. Our framework law is the guidelines for healthcare legislation. That's what it is called. The qualification requirements to medical profession are set by the ministry. At the same time, We have certain legislative initiatives and we will very soon see them. I expect and will bring into compliance with the special legislation on labor, professional qualification, and introduce this notion of professional standards, professional qualifications. And in case of adoption of a professional standard, this will become the capstone documents for the qualification characteristics and specifications lasting that person till retirement. In the meantime, we are using the qualification characteristics adopted by the Ministry of Healthcare. This is the transitional stage, as I said. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergey. And let's switch to our other speaker, Anna Curie, representative, vice president of the National Architects Union. We're talking about Directive of 36. It's there to regulate also architects. So, as a professional, do you feel that this directive is sufficient? Or perhaps you need some other regulations for architecture? Or perhaps, like Andrei, you opt for simplification because, and over to you. Thank you for the invitation. And this is a very important discussion indeed. I've been listening to you and I feel like I'm an architect, of course, but I feel that our profession is a trailblazer and a flagship of regulation, self-regulation, because we've lived with that. We're talking about the future and future legislation. As a certified architect, I have lived for 10 years in a regulated profession. I have personal responsibility and personal certificate of a responsible agent in this business. We are regulated for a long time now. It is my personal responsibility, supported for architects and medical doctors for that matter. I'll explain why. Yes, equilibrium. I actually represent a person wearing several hats. I'm a professional architect, 20 years of experience. I'm certified as such. I'm an employer. I am a business lady. I lead a design and architectural group for 16 years now. So I hire people, I understand the standards, the job descriptions, and other things we have discussed. And my public or non-governmental head is independent head is a representative of our union, a vice president actually. And in 2014, after the Revolution of Dignity, we signed the association agreement. National Union created an architectural chamber under the Union of Architects, uniting certified architects, those people who put their names to architectural designs and are responsible before the society, actually responsible in terms of disciplinary, criminal, administrative, moral responsibility before the society, which is also important. We unite certified architects for implementation of this association agreement and regulation of our profession. For this matter, I wanted to discuss another thing. I am consulting my notes now. There are three points, and the importance is reflected there for the profession of architects. That is the moral right and moral duty. That's Lewis Fuller's section from the work called Moral of Law. There's moral of morality of duty. There's imperative does and don'ts, but the moral of right is the right to achieve the pinnacle of success, the ancient Greek philosophers. This is my first point. Secondly, architecture is a liberal arts for liberated people. This is a creative profession, and it influences the society in a big way. Architects are responsible for the security and safety. There are engineers, medical doctors, notaries in different countries, but our profession is of societal importance. This is the second point. Thirdly, we are building up in Ukraine open systems for free people, the way I see it, because a closed system for people in Bund is Russia and Belarus. So the three positions for free professions, for liberal arts, if we design our future framework, what is very important is the morality of aspiration, not duty. When we create this framework for free people and for their creative professions, free professions to aspire for perfection and all the necessary prerequisites so that you become the best. And there should be that logic, not in the way that we should punish and regulate everyone, should be restrictive. No. And we have to I understand that there is no such logic with the people authorized by the society to take decisions for the parliament, for the ministry, and other bodies creating the legislative and regulatory framework. From experience, my rich experience of cooperation with the Special Committee of the Parliament and Ministry, I can tell you that the logic is to regulate, to punish, and there is no logic and for the architectural professions, this is about imposing fines, regulating, and the restrictive or even restraining mechanisms to substitute this morality of aspiration. And this is, well, I'm in favor of calling a spade and dropping the names, so to speak. Who is the parliamentary agent and who is authorized by the ministry to take decisions for regulation, in particular for architecture? Olena Shulak, head of the special committee. Who generates this policy, makes this policy, the draft criticized by everyone in the EU, and we were the first, and now we have the pressure. And Natalia Kozlovskaya, the minister, representative, Mr. Sanka, MP, secretary of the committee, former opposition platform for life, the pro-Russian, now prohibited caucus. They do not know who Fuller is from Adam. And the concept of the discussion, as an architect, a representative of our self-regulated organization, I try to discuss matters with them. There's nobody to discuss them with because it's to no avail. The Ministry of Economy makes us hopeful. We support some of your initiatives. The Special Committee of the Parliament responsible for urban development and architecture is hopeless. With the new minister, we might change our mind about that. But we should not reinvent the wheel. That has been already tested, done there, been there, done that. It's not regulation, but self-regulation, rather, a profession with a great responsibility before the society. So architects working become responsible before the society for safe, comfortable, high quality and aesthetic spaces, public spaces. We're responsible for creation of that. And you can see that in the mirror of our urban environment. That's the way we are. The professions which are responsible should have their self-governance and self-regulation, because a doctor's mistake can be just spotted by the professional association. Architects, in the same way, as a professional community, as a professional society, professional association, not somebody from the ministry or anybody else. So accordingly, the professions responsible for safety and security of the society have their self-regulated organizations. When the state delegates the regulatory functions to those self-regulated organizations. The way it works, the architectural activity in Europe, regulated by the architects themselves, so self-regulated organizations, present the format. They're certified by professional organizations, and the right is delegated by the government to those organizations. It is necessary to qualify education experience. We can specify that membership in the associations should be mandatory, compulsory. Otherwise, how can those associations be responsible before the society, responsible for people who are not in their among their membership? And the certification issuance and renewal, and also withdrawal or revoking the certificates. Our certification procedure was introduced in 2012. And the National Union of Architects, as a self-regulated organization, received that and was concerned with the professional development of architects, architects' issuance of the certificates, renewal of the certificates. And for 10 years, we fared well with that, and that was an example of self-governance, quite effective. As of lately, the ministry blocked that. We have this situation of 5655, there's a criminal case against our president. The ministry blocked our attestation process now. They refer this to higher education institutions, and this doesn't work. And if the education institution cannot train specialists, how can they train a chief architect for the project? They should be house trained, for God's sake. And yes, I agree that architecture should be regulated, but it should be regulated according to the rules and standards developed, established, and enforced by the self-regulated organizations. The professional community, I know, in closing, let me say that the professional standards, are now dealt with by the Guild of Designers, Engineers, and the Qualification Centres. They approach them for professional standards for the architect. We have 4 self-regulated organizations in our field. The union is independent. The rest of them are under ISANKA's control. The biggest developer and secretary of the committee by the same token. So they are trying to introduce the standards for architects. This is a stillborn idea. I do not support that, because standards for architects should be developed by the architects themselves and professional community. Standards for doctors should be developed by medical doctors. Medical doctors united. and organized and recognized as the best in specialist creme de la creme. I believe in self-regulation, self-governance. Please support that. And just to come back to ancient Greeks, my beloved policy, according to Aristotle, that's communication of free people, and it's for creation of the public good. So I all call upon you, read Aristotle, read Plato, read ancient Greek philosophers. Don't work on the scams and the schematic, the and unfortunately this is the case with our state now.
Big applause to Anna. Really emotional speech, wasn't it? When we talk to our international experts, we've heard the words of reservation regarding giving too much freedom to professional associations. If we talk about regulations certain professions, they say you watch those associations. There are going to be a lot of requirements set by them. As Anna rightly says, we can disregard such reservations because we understand that indeed we need to encourage the people to take up professions fully with all due requirements, understanding all due standards. We still have some time left. And I want to give the floor to Olga Semenchuk. She is Deputy Director of Department, Head of the one of the heads of one of the departments on the State Service on the safety of food and protection of consumers. The professional veterinary surgeons is also included into the Directive 36 as one that still requires some minimum training background to avoid serious threat to life or ensure total safety of the clients. Do you see any risks that can be entailed, can be foreseen if we regulate this profession? Good afternoon, all the participants. I want to talk a little bit about the veterinary medicine. Today, veterinary doctors are trained in about 14 universities. The veterinary doctor today, if you want to become one, you need to take a 5-year long training for that and do that offline, which is a serious thing, and it requires a person to obtain necessary skills as veterinaries. The veterinaries today, to be able to work as ones, they need to receive a certificate and license. They they need that for any type of veterinary jobs. We checked out the directive and the requirements set to veterinary surgeons. I can say that our curricula are in line with the directive. So our specialists are trained as a universal, soldiers, so to say. They can be working in different fields of veterinary medicine after graduation. studying surgery, basics of surgery, and obtaining necessary surgery skills. This is also a requirement, and we fully match this standard as well, because we have a lot of practical assignments that students must complete to be able to graduate. Also, according to the law on veterinary medicine, our experts are obliged to to upgrade their knowledge every 5 years. And it is also in line with the Directive 2005/36. Talking about the regulation of professions, after you graduate with a degree in veterinary medicine, you can practice this veterinary medicine, but you must obtain a license. We have a wide network for that certification. Our graduates can submit their documents to the State Veterinary Service, confirming their qualification and infrastructure to be able to practice medicine. And what I mean is, this profession is indeed regulated now. It is properly regulated already today. That's what I wanted to brief you about, but if there are changes needed to be introduced into our legislation, we are prepared to contribute. Thank you. Thank you, Olga. Our National Qualification Agency talks to you for the first time ever, but we hope that we will still have much more meetings with you. It is not the first time that we discuss qualifications, though, of course. But if we talk about implementation of the EU standards, we must address all the areas, all the potential flaws that we know about or we heard about today. Because we are a candidate to the EU, and we need to address all the fields. There is a working group that the Ministry of Economy is establishing, and I hope there we will take into account everything that we discussed today. Thank you very much to our panelists. We talked about regulated professions. Goodbye. Thank you to our international experts as well for sharing their practices in the area of professional qualifications, regulated professions, and advise what Ukraine needs to do. Please stay with us. We will start a new session very soon.
Ви вже бачилися, але можна ще раз?
Що таке? Ні, я хочу зі мною.
Добре, як скажете.
Мене такі зірки, якщо драться буде.
Так.
Пане Михайло, у мене питання до вас. А у вас є книжка?
Азюковський, Дніпро, Черняк, Бутенко.
Дарувала? Та ладно, я просто принесла. Подивіться, я вам свою подарувала, а ви мені свою ні. А я мені подобається. А в мене немає жодної книжки. Принесла з собою. А ви ж нас покинете в 15:30?
Друзі, а ми продовжуємо. Дякуємо всім, хто
We continue. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for joining us right now. We received hundreds of questions asked by our participants when they registered. Some of them have been answered. Others will be answered and published at the end of the after the end of the forum. We want to move on to our next session about conferring professional qualifications to the higher education institutions. I want to give the floor to Bogdan Morklanik, member of the National Agency of Qualifications. I think we need to start with a topic that has been announced about professional qualifications in the universities, the higher educational institutions. What is the weight of the qualifications? How can we meet these objectives that are set to universities? Let's talk about that. I want to give the floor to the MP of Ukraine, chairperson of the subcommittee on higher education in the Committee of Parliament for Education, Science and Innovations, Yulia Grishina. Thank you very much for the invitation. I welcome you all, and this is the 5th forum we've been having today. This is very much important because of those challenges that we are facing. It's really important to have that kind of meetings. Today, our panelists are the ones that determine the trends. And it's very good that we meet, that we discuss the problematic issues together and find solutions. The topic is really on top of the agenda. It's really important. We want to thank the Ministry of Education for the initiative to develop a document about trajectories of professional qualifications. They submitted the document to the committee, and I supported it a lot, and I was happy that the law was passed. It's not always the case, not always our views match, but in this very particular topic, in this area, we had shared vision and a shared understanding. I want to thank our panelists because they all were involved in that process, and now they are involved in implementation of this law. Talking about professional qualifications, how they are awarded by universities, I can say that it is this draft law that actually offered the mechanisms to award professional qualifications not only by professional qualification centers but also by universities, by higher educational establishments. And students, along with being able to build their own educational trajectories, now with this law at hand, they can use the qualification that they were awarded outside of Ukraine, inside of Ukraine, and now the schools, the higher schools, can award them qualifications as well, which is also very good for them, for their future. If you have any kind of specific questions, I would be happy to answer. Thank you for your kind words. Certainly, the state policy in the area of higher education is implemented by the Ministry of Education and Science. We have the Deputy Minister with us, Mikhailo. What's the balance between the labor market, the role of a university, and please, talk to us about that. Actually, it's been a pleasure for me to be here with you, talk to these people. Just recently, I read about the role of universities and the cooperation with employers. I read the statement of the head of the National Qualification Commission. And it wasn't about the fight, as you mean. It was a really healthy discussion that we really need. And now it inspired me, and I now want to write just another article to kind of respond to that article that I read. So I haven't had time for that yet, but I want to speak a little bit about that. Why are we talking about the professional qualifications in universities? Because one of the roles of a university is indeed the cooperation with employer. That's training people for the labor market, but this is one of the roles. Very often we get into this trap when we talk about education, because we draw parallels between the training in university and training for some sort of profession. I remind that 30 years ago, there are not so many amongst our panelists who remember the Soviet Union, although definitely doesn't. So back in the Soviet times, the education, it was a place where the personnel was trained for the national economy. Now we have different words. We prepare experts for the labor market. But the paradigm is the same. Just the change of words. And this is an issue, really. I don't believe that it is bad for universities to play a role of training specialists for the labor market. No. And I think we need to find a mechanism to approximate business and education. It's just that we should not forget about other roles of the higher education, because this education is higher. It means that it should build the mindset. And we should not run away from the fact that the higher education is training future elite for the country. Not only people who will have qualification and be able to work in the labor market. No, we train also those who are going to spearhead businesses, public institutions. So this is the function of the higher education. Along with that, it is obvious that as further as we go down the business rails, there are increasingly more tools that are used to bring these two areas together, to approximate them. One of these tools is the agency that my colleague, Mr. Butenko, leads, and my other two neighbors here at the stage. I didn't... Yeah, you expose us all. So in the process of accreditation, there is a role for business employers to play. This is an important step taken about 6 years ago, where employers joined the National Agency for Higher Education. They are represented in their supervisory boards. They're involved in development of standards and so on. That's important. Our next step is to give employers a chance to develop professional qualifications in the universities. And there is an issue here because the universities are not ready for that for some reason. Maybe they believe that they must be playing another role. They can't find a common language, and that affects quality. We need to overcome that, and we need really to get over this subjective issues, subjective obstacles. I see here at least 4 colleagues, the presidents of universities, at least 3 polytechnical Institute of Technologies, Kyiv, Zaporizhia, and Lviv. And my question is, how do you award qualifications in your universities? And we have also the president of Zhytomyr University.
One of our best universities, one of the top positions, not technically. Olga Rusushanska from the Agency of Education and Arts. And what kind of professional qualification can be offered by a cultural institution? We had Sergei Bobov from the Ministry of Healthcare here. And we understand the professional qualifications being provided in medical institutions must be substantially different from the technical area that we are discussing here. So I have 2 messages for you to consider. And let's not forget about the diversity of our educational institutions. They're all very different. They have different functions in our society. Secondly, it is obvious that we need to introduce approximation between business and education, but it is not about being homogeneous. We have different studentship, different faculty, and that constitutes our force and our power. So we have on this panel Olena Kolesnikova, and somebody is telling me that she knows about other national agencies, and she can be called one of the co-authors of professional standards as a notion. It used to be the state qualification, DKHP. I would like to answer, to respond to my predecessor. There should be a fight. Squabble. I agree with your point. We have managers galore, but we need more. Can you respond to that, do you think? Well, in fact, it's much more. There's much more to it. It's not just about the lack of institutional memory. We accept this as a compliment, but in 2014, when I adopted this new on higher education, I was the person who was removing DKHP from the and the qualification characteristics were obsolete, but my dream was to introduce instead great cooperation with higher educational institutions, new professions, new qualifications. But it hasn't come true yet, but we are on our way, and it is coming. So it's Christmas, and the rectors in this audience are the ones who support us most and who have the biggest will to accomplish that. 15 years ago, nobody wanted to make friends with us, and we removed the only obstacle because that had to be reconciled with the Ministry of Social Policy, and I was the person who was helping the Ministry of Education to reconcile that with the Ministry of Social Policy with these professional characteristics. And that's what DKHP was. We needed new curricula and syllabi argued, and it seemed to me that we were doing quite well. But the time has passed, and in too many cases, nothing is actually changing. And I would like to provoke Mike a little bit. Mikhailo likes to provoke, and I like to be provoked, and to provoke in a response. we approach business and there's this understanding that business community needs people who do not need to develop, to study, to learn. They just come, do their thing, and go home. No, this is not state of the art. There are different businesses, but in the majority of cases, you've seen the qualification centers created by businesses. It's all here. I did not expect this demonstration. This is the coolest idea. Thanks to the national agency, to you, Yuri. It's a great thing to showcase. It's not that scary. It's effective. These are real people. Those are real projects, and this is real success of every person who comes to the qualification center, gets qualification with transparent conditions, motivated, self-motivated with their choice in life. This is super cool. This is superb, and the education institutions, at least two here, or maybe more. Perhaps I missed someone. This is not for disclosure, but there are two institutions that I can identify. Well, actually, nine. None he's shown me. Nine, no names mentioned. Well, and there will be more. There will be another one, 10. So, yeah, so it's my lucky day today. So, you can see I have motivated Mihailo at last. I like the panel. Everyone is smiling. You see, Yuri? Everyone is full of smiles. And it is a great thing we are trying to do here, and the way we are supported by our legislature. They provided us with the carte blanche and a la menu choices, and that's jokes aside, is about reason, being reasonable. If I don't know where to get information, I Google it up. It's a great recipe. There's a wealth of information. It's a treasure trove and so forth. And you can talk to Google and get smart with it. And it's easy to find information about the EU, the qualification, the level qualification. There are short descriptions, even in Ukrainian. If you don't read in English, or for the ones who enjoy it in Ukrainian. So the ones who are not yet onboarded with the National Professional Qualifications, still thinking that businesses do not want to have qualified, developing workers, learning, and so forth. Welcome to our club. We will teach you, and we'll take your students for internship, for practice dual education. We'll give them great qualification of the qualification centers. Well done, people. Thank you very much. But no fight. I expected a fight. I don't have a tough fight. No. Just say something in response. You're fed up, right? You are a great speaker, public speaker. Thank you. I will enjoy our cooperation of many years, and this is a great effort for convergence of the education and business, because through your work at the two agencies is achieved. I would like to say that I miss directors in this role. Alexei, well, but I didn't expect it to get the mic back. But it is very important for business, I think, for the employers to remember that there is a certain difference in terminology. For higher education, let's say that there is a person becoming a worker. This is a problem in its own. Higher education values words. It's a professional, it's a specialist, whatever. And it is very important for this person not to be a functionary, but also to be a creative of some intangible good. And this is the part of the higher education that we tend to forget from the side of business. Business community say that they need people able to develop, capable of development. It's not necessarily for everyone to be a leader, but we need self-conscious people with initiative, self-organization responsibility. And this is the outlook for the higher education to provide for. We should not forget discussing qualification centers. We should not discuss just what people can do. There is also knowledge, skills, and the third component for competency, it's attitude. It's attitude. This is something. This is not tested by the Qualification Center. This is about higher education. That's when you study, you get educated, you are trained, being trained. There's this head of Agency for Higher Education, accreditation of curriculum with the professional qualification entailed. Are there any problems with that? Thank you, Bogdan. It's very difficult to compete with the two motivational, inspirational speakers, but I'm happy to be here talking to the professionals, a room full of people, professional, developing their respective areas. Thanks, Yuri, for the opportunity to be with you today. And I'm also thankful for us driving and changing the system qualification and existence of this and we have synergy with contribution from all the people on this panel and not just the panel. And all the components for professional qualification should be taken into account. It's not a challenge, it's not a problem, but it's a challenge, a substantial one. The lack of understanding by the faculty at the university what professional qualification is, that it is not just a thing that you mentioned, the diploma, 15, 16, 40 professional qualification. This is not funny anymore. Of course, such accreditations by the national agency are not appreciated readily. But as of lately, for some years, we have been active advocating before the universities this kind of frugalities, leanness. If higher education institutions give people a professional qualification, recommend our experts to put several banal questions. Whether there's a standard, for example, just for once. Is there any such profession in existence? Because sometimes there isn't. And people do not understand the notion. What kind of specialist is there? There is, or is it just an entry which has no substance? Let's not waste time, but it should be real. And they say we want to promote our curriculum and make it more attractive. Attractiveness disappears because people who know how to think, they should understand the professional qualification should be put together. A trivial question. What actually caused the formation of these skills and practices, some lab exercises or discussions, whatever? And another question I get no answer for. How people acquire those competences, and have they acquired, most importantly? Have they acquired in these? We have seen the qualification centers, so our education institutions should act as such and be able to check the acquisition of such skills. And my experience, providing professional qualification is a good thing, but it's not mandatory, not for all the professions, and sometimes it can be an interesting combination. I graduated from Drahomanov Pedagogical University, teacher of history and law, an engineer and operator of a film mechanic, basically, for screening equipment. Mikhailo has to excuse himself. He's late for the government. You're independent, Andrei. But we have to respect the ministry when being independent, like nobody's business. And I got some working professions. They would train, they would check. That was 30 years ago. Mikhailo said that we had not to remember that, didn't have to. But I think we have to. And I'm not that decisive in my verdict. Many universities take this conscientiously. They form some parts of their curricula, reconcile that with different enterprises, work together with the ministry to establish and embed those standards. And I can see that the moderator is giving me hints. I am addressing educators, the faculty. Have you noticed that over several months the legislation have changed for professional qualifications, especially in higher education? There are several constraints in terms of time, in terms of everything. So next week, well, to boast a little bit, we had a big webinar for higher education institutions. Our team arranged for that webinar, and it was it would have been meaningless had it not been for the agency of qualifications. So I think we can repeat it by spring, sometime after a couple of months revisiting. Nobody is born with all the knowledge. We all make mistakes. So both agencies try to correct those mistakes. But we have to understand before the accreditation procedure. Thank you, Andrei Ributenko, head of the National Agency for Quality of Higher Education. Dear colleagues, we had deputy head of the National Union of Architects as a panelist. She was quite spectacular, but I would like to address rector of National University of Alexei Dnipro, National University of Construction Architecture. You work with the Guild of Designers, technical supervision, and architects. They usually develop professional standards. So how do you the implementation, and that takes into account the experience of our partners. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I'm happy to see you all. Thank you for the invitation to participate. It's a very important forum, without any exaggeration. And thank you for doing this and continuing this. This is extremely important to preserve our human capital. Let me just make some general observations. I am glad to discover that this problem is really of interest to the people. People are aware of it. The legislation changes in a dynamic fashion. It improves, moreover. I always try to remember, and Olena remembers, in 2012, 13, 2010, when for the first time we introduced this notion, could not explain to anyone what that beast was. Now it's history, and we understand, and our society understand what it is very clearly. So thank you, the agency. Thank you, people, for this great work, this preservation of capital, this adjustment of our societal life and legislation to the EU law. And this is extremely important. Thank you for the question. Our university has been fruitful cooperation, very fruitful cooperation with public associations, business, our stakeholders, business associations, the guilds you mentioned, technical supervision, designers, developers, very powerful organizations developing professional standards.
Indeed, the cutting edge. And when we develop professional standards, our experts are always involved, and this is really productive cooperation that we have. This is important for us reputation wise. Of course, we use later all these standards in the practical activities of our university, of course. Talking about the number of universities that have accredited qualification centers, I can say that, well, we have a center that's called analytical audit of structures. And there are 7 accredited centers in particular, and 4 of them are universities, including my colleagues from Zaporizhia, University of Technology, Kiev, University of Technology, and so on. So the centers that have the frame 6 and 7 for qualifications can and should be established at universities, because the universities have experts that can share their skills and provide necessary knowledge. So it is highly important for universities today. And you rightly said that there are a lot of faculty members who quite don't understand it. They quite don't get it still, what it means. But I see it's changing. It's changing for the better. And I think this is the future of the development of the higher education in Ukraine. We take our efforts to train a lot of specialists that don't require professional standards, of course, and professions that do require standards. And it's really good that we have activities in both. When curricula are developed, are your colleagues, are your experts involved? Certainly they are. As I say, this is a daily work. We work with government authorities, like Ministry for Regional Development, or the Union of Architects. In the past, the Union of Architects had the right to professionally accredit architects, but now, because of the changes introduced into the legislation, the Ministry for Recovery has the right to delegate attestation of architects. And actually, our university is one of such institutions who can accredit architects. And that's what we've been doing. And I hope that our stakeholder, the ministry, has no complaints because we do it transparently. And the stakeholders are happy. So, yeah, again, we have that kind of cooperation all the time. Thank you, Alexei. Security and defense. This is an area that is always on our agenda today because martial law, the context of war, requires us paying special attention to this area. We have Andrei Chernyak. He is the president of the National Academy of the SBU, State Security Service of Ukraine. You have been involved in development of operational standards, as far as I am aware. You know that training specialists for the security and defense sector is on top of your agenda as well. What do you think, and how do you do it? Well, yes, we've been doing it, but it is easier for us because, I mean, we are an employer, of course, and we employ a lot of staff, but it's not only us. All the students that are trained in the security and defense sector now have a right to choose. And it's not only the SBU that they choose. All our curricula are prepared together with other institutions and approved, coordinated with key stakeholders. Flexibility, agility, objectivity, these are our values. And unfortunately, not all people in the educational sector understand that they need to compete for the client, which is the students for us. 5, 10 years down the road, and these professional training centers will totally outperform the regular universities, traditional universities. We have fantastic equipment from our partners because we compete for our students. And over the past years, we have increased our spendings on infrastructure, educational infrastructure. We presented 12 certification programs. And yes, and there have been requests from other institutions like ARMA or State Bureau of Investigations and main intelligence department and so on. And we sell, so to say, this product that we train to them. In fact, international partners also sometimes pay for the students to take our training. But that's us. But for you, the civilian universities, it is harder because you really need to perform harder. But we learned, we're still learning every day how to compete better. But still, we have already the customers in place. Every student is our business card, so to say, wherever they are. Talking about qualifications, Well, that's important for us, and I want to thank the National Qualification Agency for that. I know that you are focused on IT, on technologies, but we've had this program only for 3 years. Still, we managed to achieve a certain result as well. Just recently, yesterday, there was a competition in the area of IT that involved teams from the MLD and the SBU and other institutions. Still, we outperformed most of them and scored second and seventh. We're certainly not Institute of Technology, but we try to learn fast. And the better we can adapt to the imperatives of the present day, the better we can be. We have approved the strategy, HR strategy recently. We developed the framework qualifications of strategic competencies. We are revising now the capabilities of the security service, and I mean not only the service but also the SPU Academy, and where we can't manage to develop necessary competencies within our academy, we engage our partners to do so. What I mean is we are committed to practical work, to practical competence. Andrei, being committed to practical life is fantastic, but developing professional standards is no less important, because if you delays, then there are delays, and then you lag behind, and then you're not there where you wanted to be. What are the practical algorithms to address this point? As Yuri rightly says, unfortunately, I can't predict everything. I cannot reveal everything. But what I can say is that this HR strategy that we approved and the work we carry out today with the personnel and with the leadership is focused to develop the qualification framework for the security service of Ukraine. Because quantity is okay, but quality must be in place. And we cooperate with other educational facilities to achieve the result as well. Well, moderator is a modest person, but I'm not. On the whole system is okay, and we certainly commend for the fantastic result. But I know that sometimes partners say, "Well, that's impossible. You have SBU." Sometimes people say the medicine cannot do it, SBU won't be able to do it, but everyone is doing that. Everyone is loving doing it, and everyone is achieving results. You are super good. Indeed, this is the only way to be successful. President of the National University of Technology, Dniprovska Polytechnic, Alexander Zykovsky, is with us. You already have solutions. You already have qualification centers. You've been accredited. We heard of your representatives. They shared what they did. Please share your perspective, on the qualifications. Well, I want to thank you. It's been an honor to be a member of the really cool event because, right now we found the solution during our panel discussion, didn't we? So I want to thank the National Qualification Agency because this is a fantastic, indeed, event, not only for our community, but in terms of bringing the education system to the real economy, real business. The place is also emblematic, isn't it? The Kyiv Kievska Polytechnica. Because it means that any higher education from marketing to energy has its answers. In engineering, it's easier because you have the cause and effect relationship established. But for marketing is harder. Still, we can achieve progress in marketing as well. As Julia said, dynamics of development. That's it. That's what we need. We have the platform for discussion. We understand that we are not in a static system. There is dynamics going on. That we do something today, but tomorrow everything can be different. As one of our panelists said, I know how to award professional qualifications. That's fantastic. Fantastic that we have someone who knows how to do that, knows the algorithm. Another point, we don't have to award qualification to everyone. That's true. Ukraine has developed sufficient, really cool conditions for certification. Whether it is perfect, well, not, but we're talking about dynamics. Aren't we? We can always do something better than we have today, but as of now, we can ensure conditions for the development, not survival, especially in the context of the war. The attention and funding will give us a guarantee, not like the prospect, but at least a guarantee for development in the future. And as Andrei says, maybe not everyone in the higher educational establishments understand what it means when we say professional qualification. And this is actually, yes, this is spot on. And this is half of the answer already. The common sense, and our panelists said, what does it mean? It means that, yes, we have businesses also involved. Businesses pay taxes, and they have a right to ask us what we do with their money. And effective communication is the keystone to change for the better. So we here create the platform for communication. And because let's answer the question, why do people need us? I mean, the government, the state, the region, or any industry, energy, or whatever. Why do they need our academic activity, academic researches, whatever? We have the presidents of universities here, and they demonstrate and show that people who want to do something, they look for the ways. People who don't want to do something, they look for the excuses. So our answer is the following. If there is a difference, if there is a mismatch between the standard of higher education, a professional standard, then the answer is it can be given by the employer. Yeah, that's what a university needs. Even answer to the question whether there is a need for professional qualification in a particular profession is also something that the employer can advise on. As Alexei says, when we configure curricula, and that's confirmed during the accreditation of educational programs, the important thing to realize is whether you analyze the market. Yeah, if you did, then you understand what to go to. Qualification centers. Sometimes we tend to forget the fact that the world is changing, technologies are changing. What we had yesterday as a breakthrough is something mundane tomorrow. And having a standard that is 33 years old needs to be changed. But for adults, we need to remember that there is such a thing as lifelong learning, and it can have different formats. And that actually brings us to the Qualification Center, because it helps us to be dynamic in responding to the demand of the market, being influenced by the market and being influenced by the people who pay taxes. So this is the answer that universities can give, and this is the answer to the question, why do we need them? We have a really cool system of higher education that already demonstrates shining diamonds, and we already are in contact with the European system because our businesses are competing with their products, and we supply experts, specialists to our businesses. Whether we want it or not, whether we understand it or not, we still are already in contact with it. So thank you for the dynamics of the event. There is not such a thing as statics. And what you offer here, what you discuss here, well, we'll see. Tomorrow it may be something really mundane, and we need to forget about it and move on. But once again, thanks for the organization, fantastic speakers. The audience is really cool, and our co-working, our networking. We have shared values, and everything's going to be Ukraine, everything's going to be fine.
Thank you for your excellent intervention. But let me clarify this invisible fight between qualifications and micro qualifications. The age of micro qualification, we can collect new qualifications, so actually fish out new qualifications. What's your opinion? I have the opportunity. It's not the duty, but opportunity. I can form unique competitive advantages, and I can do it in an evidence-based fashion for the employer. That does not put you on the rope that you have to be all wrapped in those certificates in any kind of field, medical care, or anything. There are differences, and we can adjust, we can be flexible. Sounds like a paradox. This maximum is combined with the individual sparkle in it, this mass scale. We do not just have the 6th, the 7th, the 8th level, but there is also this technological college of forestation, Lviv. Roman Dadak. Roman, tell us please, what is your experience of the 5th level? How do you give people qualification? Thank you. Our level is very seldom invited to participate in such events. We are very grateful for making us visible and giving us an opportunity to speak up, this excellent opportunity. Our panel is the finance, but it is very professional. And there are many things that we've heard are to be applied without any doubt for the education institutions which still haven't got that. And the employers are excited by presentations from the centers of qualification. But it is a lot of work. Do you know that? Do you appreciate? Not everyone is aware of that, I can assure you. So let's get back to the ground and think about the time and age. We have to recover. We have to rebuild our country and our infrastructure. For this, we need a great number of workers, number of hands, not for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and for this present day, and even yesterday. So let me be responsible and say that we are ready to accomplish this and participate with flying colors. We have the logistics, we have the staff, and we have the desire, the will, and the way, hence the way, and we're already doing that. I'll discuss it a bit later. Yes, the 5th ribbon for the National Qualification Framework. Well, presently, we have all the state educational standards. With the vocational standards, the situation is much worse. And presently, we have 384 professional standards established. For the fifth level, we have 71 only. And this is also the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. But specifically for the fifth, we have only 12 established. And there are reasons to explain that, and we're trying to correct the situation. There was that issue of employers. Somebody suggested having certain doubts about the qualification of those people who are certified and qualified in the labor market. But how can we solve this? Well, with development of the professional standards, of course, we have to involve business as the principal driver, but for us, it's interesting to create professional centers on our basis, on our grounds, and we offer to business communities to work together. As higher education institutions, we train specialists, and those specialists have a broad spectrum of things, of professions that are in demand. Now, higher education institutions, what's their interest in that? Because part of our alumni become students of higher education institutions, and part of this work has to be done at that proper level. Another reason is this: the business community, they can see what they need, and they present it, and the education adds the necessary things. And that's the symbiosis to produce the desirable result, the desired results, with fewer claims. It's to do with accreditation of educational programs, mind you. The ministry require, and there is a directive to that effect, they require educational curricula with contribution of prospect employers and hence business. So with the educational, vocational programs and professional standards, we need that cooperation, and that cooperation has to be then arranged with businesses. We have worked, let's say, for a long time with the National Qualification Agency from the very big onset. First, we had online meetings. Now, members of our faculty work for the centers. It's a side job, but they have been through the tests, and they are experts for accreditation of the qualification centers. And this is to be continued. Now the issue of how these institutions contribute to providing qualified specialists for the market. Well, Yuri Hrashkevich, who is your associate, starting from September, for our level, provides such meetings with the faculty and student self-governance, explaining and reviewing all these issues. How many qualification centers are there in your council? Well, we have on our network, let me try to approximate roughly. In the region, we have three. Well, thanks. Is there any demand? Yes, there is. It will always be there. The centers are very necessary indeed, because at the end of the day, the government cannot fund the education. Education should make their own money. And one of the ways to achieve that is to create qualification centers. Another matter is this. People are coming back, and there will be a big comeback of ex-combatants from the front line, from this war. Many of them won't be able to come back to their previous jobs, and they will have to develop professionally, change the occupation altogether, and there are veteran centers at such institutions as ours, helping people with proper qualification, proper referral for such qualification, perhaps enrollment, psychological counseling, career counseling, and working with the children of those veterans, because they are our students in many cases. We have educational institutions training specialists with special needs, and they also are in demand in the labor market. Julia, don't forget, Julia, having listened to that, you are we are with the people. We are not at the top, man's side, but is, let's say, the altitude of Pechesk hills. And the principal task is to bring people back and to resettle veterans. It is important to recognize qualifications that people get abroad. Your opinion, well, the general concept, what should we do? What should we do? What a general question. So broad. I would like to thank Yuri for this forum, and I would like to thank all the presenters. You understand just how qualified people should be, everyone at one's post and station. Notwithstanding this big war, we stick to our post. It's been my principle always. Everything is teamwork, everything is collective, collegial. This forum is another manifestation of that. We are all team players, we all deliver. And I would like to thank everyone and suggest that we continue this work, because this is very important. And this head of association, they are at last invited. Get on board. Thank you. How can this be practically arranged? It's a good question. Good, down to the ground. We have a subcommittee led by Olga, but she just remembers professional or vocational level. And we will have this, and this is a broad issue, and we can see lots of challenges. And a COVID pandemic started, then the full-scale invasion, and then educational losses, 500,000 abducted, while children abroad, 7.5 million of adults abroad, or Ukrainians in general. There are many challenges, and we all should be adequate in our understanding and appreciation of the situation, appreciation of the challenges, and working on that. We shall overcome someday. We shall get our victory together. I am much better excited now. I can feel the energy, the synergy, all the professionals getting together here, and I would like to thank all of you. These are practical solutions, professional standards, their development. Perhaps Olena is an agent of change. So let me pass it on to the driver of professional standards. Well, you can call me that all the time. Should it be serious, jocular? Well, you can make fun of it, but 500 standards, 400 in the pilot plant. Is it enough? So I would like to take the baton. You are also young. You're very energetic. Alexis, that was back in 2010 when we developed the first 6. We felt like we were the gurus, the pandits of that. But the biggest success principle is this is not whether we need that end state. That's the itinerary that matters, the route, the route. I had a lot of time I spent here. It's because of your agency. Otherwise, you just come to my panels. But with what we've done to the country, I think the EU should do their own convergence. This is my firm belief, because we are much better. We have created and done much more. With a full-scale invasion, during it, people who defend the country, people who work under fire, they still invest into development of the people, of the country. So I call our country the land of biggest opportunities. Let's talk about it. Let's make it known. And the people will come back, and we'll retain the ones who are staying. And we've done much more than any kind of EU jurisdiction in peacetime. So let them do their parts and meet us midway. Well, we are invited. Let me use the opportunity. Speaking about the educational trajectories, it is more about higher education institutions. Still, it seems to me that we are not that far away from their level of training. I think we should be included. And we should make amendments to that effect. Are you ready? Yes, I think so. And for Mikhailo Vinitsky, our association approach you with the request, the timetable since 2014. Well, the organogram with the it is very obsolete. There should be some person responsible for the veteran centers. We do not ask for money. If you come to the ministry asking for money, you never get anything. But we will find the money. You have to change the regulation. That's it. That's all. And we should be independent in that. Now it's done. It used to be unheard of. Well, I can encourage you even further, telling you that this is now submitted to the Ministry of Finance as a proposal from the 1st of January. We expect on the part concerning the special fund for the pre-higher education, as we call it in Ukraine, and the higher education. Well, the general fund, you understand, that's budgetary. Well, the special fund is different. There is such a proposal. It's been reviewed by the Ministry of Finance. I'm hopeful that this autonomy at last will be provided step by step. And from the 1st of January, expect good news. Let us do our part, our thing. Olena, adoption of this law on the trajectory. Let's not be carried away by it, because it can actually hamper. Well, Roman committed to paper, and then we'll discuss it as a proposal, because this law actually is a mind opener. But it was difficult to recognize the qualification, and the law regulates it now with the professional qualifications and the guidelines for further development, the vectors we call them, professional standards, give people qualification according to that. And there is this way, there's this, by 2030, there's still time to achieve, to deliver, to catch up.
Yeah, it's us you should be thankful to. We have businesses here as well. It's you who make laws, and then businesses invest in what you adopted. Yeah, you see how many people supported the law. You say that you put it like there is only one individual who is responsible for that, but it's not that. It's us. You can't poke fingers here. You need to thank everyone. It's always shared work, and I want to thank Julia, who is with us today, because the cooperation with the legislation is indeed present. We see it. It's very good. You know that there is a new law approved by the cabinet about the National Qualifications System. It's going to be submitted to the parliament very soon. Certainly employers will have some comments on it, but just like any legislative initiative that is supposed to bring changes about, this is also something that we need to work together on. I had the representative of the Committee for Social Policy. He said, no, it's not us, it's the education. Our topic is devoted to the university, so let's give the floor to Alexander Zhukovsky to wrap up our meeting and share plans for the future. Probably not of your university, but for the whole system. Yeah, the main challenge is to use this window opportunity, to take this window opportunity that we all opened. Yeah, we, the Ministry of Education, National Agency for Qualifications, the Verkhovna Rada, the subject matter committees and employers and the businesses. We all Ukrainians did it. It means that, yes, competition is there. On the other hand, education is not about classical competition. It's about creating the future today. That's the most important thing. How do you do it? Well, only by using the support of businesses, because they have proved that they are strong. They have prevailed in this fight, and they are the main player. And then the regulatory framework. Well, yes, we need sometimes to persuade the lawmakers. Sometimes we make mistakes and we shouldn't be embarrassed about it. We should just be open. The main indicator is openness. And that's the most important thing. We have had a fantastic panel. We started it with a proper terminology. Thank you very much to our colleagues and Kiev Institute of Technology. Everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be Ukraine. When we have a gender balance almost here. Indeed, it has been one of the most emotion-rich panel. Okay, we're going to start our awarding ceremony very soon. Couple of minutes, please wait.
Хто нас слухав? Скажіть, що ми були кращою панелі. Ну, будь ласочка, ну давайте. О, дякую. Нам дуже для фото треба.
Напевно, найкраща панель за 5 років.
Вмієте ви. Вмієте ви, пане Юрій. Я старалася.
А, вони ось тут лежать. Ось тут? Я можу якийсь цей взяти. Раз.
Оп-оп.
Раз.
Я перепрошую. Я прошу. Скажіть, якщо я вже просто можна? Ні, то це було оперативно, бо людина їхала. Я отут, я думав, так само буде і далі, я дуже хочу струдитися.
Не виходьте до них, а запрошуйте їх.
Так, я буду там.
Вітаю. Його мені... Він включений вже, так? Минулого року Національне агентство
Last year, the National Qualifications Agency
Минулого року
Last year, the National Qualifications Agency started a good tradition to award the most active participants of the players of the National Qualification System during the forum. And we want to award those who are our partners in the development of this system. Today, we want to award those who have contributed the most to the development of national qualification system. So let's award the winners now. For the awarding ceremony, nomination of development of professional standards, I want to invite the member of the National Qualification Agency, Lyudmila Akimova. Good afternoon, participants of the forum. I am honored to announce the names of winners of 3 nominations. Nomination category, the most effective developer of the professional standards. The award goes to the entity that developed the most professional standards this year. Please welcome the developer of 23 professional standards and 14 updated standards. That's Industrial Council of the Federation of Steelworkers of Ukraine. I want to invite the Deputy Executive Director of the Federation of the Steelworkers of Ukraine and the Chairman of the Sectoral Council, Olena Kolesnikova, Federation of the Steelworkers of Ukraine. Olena, our congratulations. We are looking forward to new applications for development of professional standards, and this is to mark your achievement. As I am offered another another opportunity to speak after the panel. Actually, yes, when we started that, we never thought how to get any award. Yeah, we thought about our system, how to develop it, and how to develop our stuff. So indeed, we are proud of this award. Thank you for everyone who doing that. Let's bring our victory closer, and we will achieve much more. The category, the most dynamic developer of professional standards. The winner is the developer of the professional standards who managed to develop and approve the professional standard the fastest. Normally, it takes 1 year to have it done, but we have a developer who managed to get it done within 3 months. That's a standard for the group of professions, the operator, the unmanned aerial systems operator. The developer is the civil state organization called Ukrainian Association of UAV Operators. To accept the award, we want to invite the co-founder of the Ukrainian Qualification Center of UAV Operators, Igor Dyadura. Igor, our congratulations. We wish you to continue developing these standards of profession that we really need in our labor market. Thank you. It's really hard to say something fancy after Lena. I want to thank the National Qualifications Agency. This is the best public authority, training us on everything. So I want to thank the whole team of National Qualifications Agency for this award. I think we are going to introduce changes also in the most dynamic way by the 1st of February. That's our objective, to introduce changes to 4 qualifications. Thank you. Next category, innovations in development of professional standards. The award goes to the developer of professional standards who developed the biggest number of professional standards for professions that are not listed in the classification of professions, yet that are important for the labor market. So 11 approved professional standards for professions that are not listed in the classification of professions. And the award goes to the Air Force Command of Ukraine. The award goes to the research fellow of the R&D of the Air Forces in Kharkiv Kozhedub Air Force University, Professor and Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Listechko. Vladimir, our congratulations. Thank you for what you did and for the development of the National Qualifications System in the area of defense. The award goes to you. Ladies and gentlemen, our objective for our country is to fight Muscovites back. Next objective is to get under the NATO umbrella, and to do so we need to meet their requirements. So without all these procedures it would be hard for us. It's impossible for us to do so. We have to, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you. Thank you very much to all the winners and developers of professional standards who have been bringing our victory closer to us. I want to give the floor to another member of the National Qualification Agency to announce next categories of awards. Friends, this is a big honor for me to congratulate our winners in the next categories, because it's really important for development of the National Qualification System. So the award in the nomination Best Qualification Centre that deals with the most qualifications goes to the centre that deals with 231 qualifications in 71 professional standards. There's going to be a lot of work for the National Qualification Agency after the war, because those qualifications will need to be approved by us. This is a Kametstal private company. So the award goes to the head of the HR personnel, an authorized person of its qualification center, Vladimir. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the National Qualification Agency for such a brilliant event. I want to thank representatives of the colleagues who represented qualification centers. This is unbelievable. We really have now the benchmark to meet, and we see that qualification centers is not a luxury now. These are the requirements of the day-to-day, because working in the labor market needs to be done in a flexible and a way with due integrity. Thank you. The category, the most active qualification center, and the award goes to the qualification center that issued 1,125 certificates over the year under the standards of masseurs, cosmetologist, hair maker, manicure master, pedicure master. This is the Academy of Professional Education of the beauty industry workers, Partner Plus. They are represented here. I want to give the floor to the General Director of the Academy, Alla Lещенко. Thank you for the award. We are going to continue being active and proactive entity business. Thank you, and all the luck to you. And the category 3, the most active qualification center in the area of security and defense. The award goes to the qualification center who awarded 48 professional qualifications for minors of level 1 under the professional standard of the security and defense sector. This is military unit 50500. Unfortunately, we don't have any representative from them, but we will send it to them. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the armed forces of Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed. Have all the luck, and hope that next year we will also give out new awards. To hand next awards for development of the qualification system, I want to give the floor to Ms. Elena Shulnik. She is also a member of National Qualification Agency. It's been an honor today to be in another status, because we used to be a partner of such a forum, but now we can report on have honor to be a member of the National Institute of Qualifications and the former. I want to give the awards to those who demonstrate the importance of joint initiatives and achieve significant results or make significant contributions to the development of national qualification system and achieve strong results. So the category development of the qualification system. So the award for the sustainable support, mutual trust and activities for development of the system of qualification goes to the Federation of the Employees of Ukraine. I want to invite the General Director of the Federation of Employees of Ukraine, Ruslan Ilichov. I think that Ruslan will comment. Oh, thank you, and I want to thank you all. You probably understand that for us, human capital is an issue number one today. Yeah? Human resources, how are supposed to help us prevail in this war together. You've had really fantastic discussions today. For us, it's not only about new laws or new institutions or current institutions. For us, it's about the whole system. It's about the tools that would help us to help our country fast and effectively to develop. Because I rather represent manufacturers here, producers. over 2,000 of them. So professional standard qualification centers, that's something that can help us fast to master new professions and enhance the professional level and retrain people, because every owner wakes up in the morning with an idea what to do to avoid disruptions in production cycles, and those tools help us a lot.
I would like to say about something Olena mentioned. All the challenges open some opportunities. We have the potential opportunities to arrange for the system. Through this year, over 40 enterprises I've visited, and I could see that the culture of production for many engineering companies, not just world leaders, in some places it's not high or even lower than what we have. Even in the effective system, we can do our thing in quality. Higher education institution, Dnipro Polytechnical School, for instance. For sure, we visited it there, and I could see how a university can be turned into a hub for professional development. And this is already effective, already operational, up and running, so to speak. 100% we're going to have success, and I would like to thank everyone here. You're doing the right thing. Thank you, Ruslan. And our next participant being awarded, how it is with the cooperation. Peter Pashan. Is he here? Anastasia. Our colleagues from Helvetus. The general sponsor is gone, but we of course will give this award to them, and another award goes to Deputy Minister of Education and Science, Andrei Vetrenko, who is not here accidentally, but let me give it to him when calling at the ministry. These are not all prizes for today for the development of the National System of Qualification. State Special Communication Service, Academic Secretary of the Institute under the service, Alexander Yudin. I tried to be fast, challenging our interpreters. Well, here's the opportunity to say a couple of words on the subject. This is not the first time we participate. Very grateful for the invitation, and the State Service for Special Communications part of your operations. We are creating our joint system of professional standardization attestation. This is very important for information cybersecurity. We are very grateful to the chair, Yuri Balanyuk, and it's only with your assistance that we managed to deliver. I would like to inform you on the first test at the qualification center, 14 officers, sysadmins on system administration. Those we would like to share that. We do not want to be the only, no monopoly there, but things should be done in quality, not just from the point of view of the National Agency for Qualification, both information and cybersecurity. Let me think on behalf of Alexandra Poti and for the facilitation, for the assistance, and we really feel that we are part of the family. Thank you very much. And glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Well, thank you, Alexander, for your words of appreciation. And the competitive environment really is a breathing and nutritious medium. Olena Kolesnikova, head of the Sectoral Council of Steelmakers of Ukraine. Well, the steel mills' contribution is important, and it's beyond any doubt. We can dedicate a special panel. Greetings. Another opportunity to. I'm a very scandalous person, so you give me 2 awards to appease me. No, it was great. Our team, our companies here, we're the best. We are simply the best. And things you do, things you demonstrate is not success. It's definitely success. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. And congratulations. Now the companies, it's very difficult to identify requirements, the standards, without contribution from the active specialists, group, Metinvest group, Oleg Davidenko, representative of Metinvest, and congratulations, Oleg. Well, thank you. Thank you indeed. Today I have managed to visit another event dedicated to our demographic strategy. What has to be done today? Well, we understand that our principal value and capital is people. This is for the future, this is for the recovery, and I'm always of opinion that education matters. Education comes first, right supreme. And presently, this is a great category of adaptivity. This is being expedient, being fast-track, new approaches, being flexible, and also providing opportunities for those people who work, for the veterans who want a job. Veterans are already reset and developing professionally, getting new qualifications. So this is basically a great new initiative. I was listening to the panelists. This is not just about things needed or not needed. This is something already established. The only matter is how we improve it and make it more agile. And congratulations. So as a follow-up, with this long list of our partners, happily long, I would like to present another award, so private joint stock company, Poltava Ore Enrichment Plant, and Anastasia Shiyan is representing the glorious company. I'd like to say that Poltava company, this Poltava company employs women in numbers, breaking the barriers and questioning the stereotypes. We are changing things. So Anastasia, the floor is yours. Thanks a lot. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. It's not just the award I'm taking home, but also the experience for our future development. And I would like to thank the National Agency for their assistance and facilitation, and Ferexpo for their professionalism and flexibility. Irreplaceable, unique. Well, I also visited some morning events. This is the end of year. After all, let me say that this is the week of energy efficiency. Well, and we cannot do without energy sector. And the first manager of DTEC, Serhiy Silchenko. And I visited your qualification centers, and we will do that. And just a couple of words. You had your panel. Your panelists would like to thank the Army, our defenders, for the opportunity to have such a happy, wonderful day. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. The qualification centers, qualification professions galore we have discussed. There's plenty, but we would like to discuss that with the qualification. We have 15 qualifications, 6 qualification centers. And we'd like to thank our branches of the Tech Academy. They worked hard in 2024, and this work is definitely to be continued. Thanks to the National Qualification Agency, we understand how meticulous they have to be to do this properly, issuing accreditations. Oh no, always there for us, and effectively so. And glory to Ukraine. Thanks a lot. Greetings. I love being photographed. Well, we have already thanked our defenders, and each time when we wake up, we pray and go to bed. We pray for them and thank them heartily. I would like to invite Hero of Ukraine, Deputy Commander of National Guard of Ukraine, Colonel Oleksiy Osepenko. And this is for the Chief Department of the National Guard. That's the award. That's where it goes. Thank you. Thank you for your work, and thank you for what you do for us, for our very existence. Well, now, Julia, to announce the results. Some results are measurable in terms of quantity and some in quantity. And the most important result was to survive, hold the line, thanks to all who in titanic efforts are working in frontline areas. Category of invincible. Taras Manzi, member of the board of the National Qualification Agency. Dear colleagues, greetings. The invincible. This category, qualification centers, working in the border areas, frontline areas, actually get the award. And the award goes to Qualification Center of National University, Zaporizhia Polytechnical School. Rector of the National University Zaporizhia Polytechnical School, Viktor Resnik. Well, I'm extremely grateful and gratified, thanks to Yuri Blanduk, all the agency, employers, workers, contributors who made this possible and spectacular. And we have the toolkit to develop human capital, human potential. Thanks for the opportunity to enter the market. Thank you for the jumping board you provide, and I'm proud to accept the award because truly I represent some invincible faculty and associates. So we make professionals, and our faculty, our researchers have really spectacular achievements for the sake of our defense, and they will continue doing so till our victory ends after that. And that will be continued for sure. Thank you. The award for invisibility goes to Qualification Center of State Vocational Training Institution Shostka College. Director of this college, Світлана Ковтун. Greetings. I am grateful for this award, this token appreciation. Thanks to Yuri for the assistance that we get. And I can say and should say that the armed forces are deterring the enemy, and we are holding the line with the educational front, hoping for a victory, for it to come soon. And now we have an announcement. The people to get it are not here. Qualification Center of Kharkiv. It's a regional humanitarian demining and rapid response center for the State Emergency Service. Lozhev Center for Vocational Education in Kharkiv region. Qualification Center of Limited Liability Company Eastern Consulting Bureau Ekopolitek. And Qualification Centers of Chernihiv region. Qualification Center for Nizhin Agricultural College, Chernihiv region, 0555 military unit, Qualification Center of Sumy region, of the Vocational College Roman Vocational School, professional for food processing, trade and catering. Qualification Center for Sumy Inter-Regional High Vocational Training College, Qualification Center for Sumy Center of Vocational Training, and also Qualification Centers of Zaporizhia region, Limited Liability Company, Met Investprom Service, Qualification Center of Public Joint Stock Company, Zaporizhia Steel, the massage operator, the masseur, and Center and Qualification Center of Limited Liability Company, Zaporizhia, Zaporizhia Mechanical Ruling Plant, and those qualification centers are working in very difficult and challenging conditions, still developing human capital and developing the field they're in. Glory be to Ukraine, glory to the armed forces of Ukraine. Thanks to the agency and all the winners. You inspire, you motivate. Stay with us. In a couple of minutes, we'll start the final session of this forum.
Друзі, а ми вже
We are about to end our event, and to wrap it up, we want to thank everyone who is still with us and following us. To moderate the final session, I want to give the floor to Yuri Balanyok, the chairman of the National Qualification Agency. Thank you, Yuri. Our presenter, she's been working hard as a bee since the very morning until the very late evening. I still want to share with you the following. The National Qualification Agency, in cooperation with the Helvetas, conducted a survey on informal and formal education and the qualifications obtained as a result of this education. We carried it out with the assistance of InfoSapiens agency. And we want to share with you the following. The question was to respondents, have you ever had a need to rapidly change profession or obtain a new qualification? 28.7% answered yes, and 26.3% of women. So like a third of people of the work age require qualification, change of qualification. And people that need it are the people of 21, 29 years, so the people who have recently completed their university studies. Another question was, does Ukraine have sufficient opportunity to change, does Ukraine offer sufficient opportunity to change qualification first? And over 30% said that they don't have enough of such courses for further change of qualification or rapid change. 29% said that there are sufficient numbers of such courses that are free or paid for. And 39 say that there are not enough of such opportunities. Again, the age group of 29 years old requires the most of such educational opportunities. 49.3% of people of 29 to 52 years old agree with this concept, which means that people are prepared to be retrained, but they don't have money for that. And this is a trend that we can see in villages and towns and cities all over Ukraine. The question was, do you need any official documents, like a diploma or certificate to find a job? 41% of men and 54% of women say they require recognition of their self-education, which confirms that Ukrainians are interested in the services provided by the qualification centers. I only shared a couple of facts with you. We will send the full results to all registered participants of the forum and publish it on the media resources of our agency. Now we want to invite the members of the National Qualification Agency to share information about the result of sessions and talk to us about their plans and challenges. The floor goes to the Deputy Chairman of National Qualification Agency, Dmitro Lyakh. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri. This is a wrap-up session, so I want to share my impressions and the results that I took note of, because we've had a really rich forum, and I hope you would support my opinion that this is already a national level of event, because it encourages all stakeholders to take actions to develop the human capital. What I took note of: each forum has an objective. I believe that the objective of finding the ways for Ukraine to join the European space with help of National Qualification System has been achieved. I think we discussed in depth these ways, these pathways, and discussed what we need to do to take them. We talked about comparison of the National Qualification Framework with the EQF. And we discussed the need to adopt laws on national qualification system, professional and vocational education. Also, we need to regulate legislation on regulated professions and micro-qualifications. We talked about the need to unite efforts on every level to implement the best standards of the national qualification system in Ukraine. Our international partners also talk a lot about the European qualification framework and the need to partner with other institutions, European partners, to develop the qualification system in Ukraine. As pertains to the professional standards, we discussed the position of various players. We discussed various aspects of awarding qualification if the official certificates are not issued for a particular profession. That's important because now we've got already a piece of legislation that needs to be passed soon, and we need to develop that. We need to develop professional standards according with this legislation that has just recently been passed and will be passed. Fostering the conditions for producers, that's another thing that we discussed. This is important, but without further modernization of the education system in Ukraine, without that, it's not possible. Taking in due regard the demands of the labor market, that's another important element. Just like taking due regard to the needs of the security and defense sector of Ukraine. We hope that our victory is going to be celebrated soon. We talked also about participation, military career transition. We discussed that we need to study the labor market in depth to be able to make this transition smooth. The National Qualification Agency has demonstrated its effectiveness in the area of development of the National Qualification System. And the agency demonstrated thus the commitment to the European governance standards. Thank you. You probably know that the National Qualifications Agency is quite a special agency that has 4 factions, so to say. One of them is the trade unions. They already expressed their position. Another a party of the social dialogue that represent employers is next. I want to give the floor to Inna Vasilievna Sachuk. I moderated today a really important panel on regulated professions, and when I came here to present the results of our discussion, I asked myself a question: what should I talk about? And I found the answer that the National Qualification Agency has not tried to silence down the issue of the need to regulate professions. We took part in round tables and discussions so that here, at the end of the year, we could have a mutual understanding that we don't have the problem, really. We have just a couple of issues that we need to address, find answers to, and address on the legislative level. We have 136 qualification centers that are all certified, and they can award qualifications, certified qualifications on. So recognizing qualification by the professional centers, is that in line with the Directive 36 or not? That's a question that we need to find answer to. Next question. Do we need to develop professional standards for the regulated professions? And are some of those regulated professions positions? So talking about our short-term future, I developed the following 2 areas that we need to address. First, regulation, in particular regulated professions. We've had a heated discussion about that, and the National Qualification Agency will follow up on finding answers to all the questions that the labor market may have. Second point, it is impossible to give that answers without involvement of experts. So we need to establish mechanisms to develop the expert community that should be in position to address the issues, outstanding issues, and find answers to the questions we have. Thank you. I want to give the floor to the member of the National Qualification Agency, representatives of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, Vyacheslav Kucher. Thank you. I represent the Ministry of Education and Science. I want to repeat the words of the minister, who said that our numbers are going down, so we need to make the quality go up. If we talk about the Article 442 of the EU agreement, I think we fully met it, because it says that Ukraine needs to implement a mechanism of awarding of professional qualifications based on informal and formal education. And the qualification centers are the mechanism that show this goal. We have 136 of them today, and we have the record-breaking number of applications already, and we are happy to see that this network is developing. But still, that leads to a number of challenges. We talked about the academic integrity today. And as we prepare changes to the resolutions of the Cabinet Ministers about the accreditation of qualification centers, we already embed the mechanism for accreditation of qualification centers, because once we accredit them, we need to bear responsibility for their performance. And we need to do that on the legislative level. Ms. Koval already said that the qualification centers help to obtain professional qualification to those who had to leave their houses, and that's an effective tool to do so. If we talk about high hazard professions, in particular, Mr. Denera talked about that. Yes, there is a point to focus on. We need to organize roundtables on that and describe properly the mechanisms of cooperation between the labor service to take into account their recommendations, but avoid really excessive obstacles. We understand that it's not only the agency that provides accreditation, but experts are involved as well. Experts whom we involve to accredit the qualification centers. And as the number of qualification centers is growing, we need to ramp up our outreach activities, communication with them. And I think if that kind of forum is just another tool for that, and I hope that if we carry out the same forum next year, we will see even better performance, even better results. Now the floor goes to the member of the National Qualification Agency, who represents also the Central Executive Authority, Taras Manji. Thank you. Well, it's obvious that the labor market today requires qualified staff with modern skills. And thanks to the mechanism of professional standards is a way to achieve, to get these skills. And because these standards are developed by professional associations, unions, and they clearly indicate what competencies and skills a particular employee must have to be able to take certain roles, certain positions. Professional standards are developed by experts for the expert, with involvement of partners and education institutions. What I mean is, it is the market, the labor market, that sets the major requirements, the competencies of employees in line with its requirements, and they are based only on market needs for skilled staff. That is why professional standards are an effective tool to organize domestic potential and for qualification assessment in line with the imperatives of today. Professional standards are developed in line with the procedure for development of professional standards. Is that procedure ideal? Well, obviously it's not. And when the National Qualification Agency was established, there were only about 10 professional standards. Today we have 383 of them. And we have 419 applications to develop new ones. And the number of such applications is growing. That's important, but no less important is the fact that over the period of performance of the agency, some of the standards have been already updated, which means that the market understands that it is a contributor to development of human capital and contributes to its development. Because the market is not really relying much on the government. It sets the requirements to the educational system, and the education system can review its curricula during while educating students. So what I mean is the standards get even more, increasingly more updated. Bringing the National Qualifications System in line with the EU standards. Well, it is important to ensure the proper terminology, equal terminology, similar terminology with the EU. That would help us to ensure unified approaches of interpretation of standards that are set to employees both in the EU and in Ukraine.
And the European Union. And other developments were reflected in the draft resolution of the Cabinet Ministers on changes to the resolution on professional procedure for introduction of standards, and there's the updated directive of the government, and also the methodological guidelines developed for practical explanations, and also methodological assistance to developers of professional standards for unified, streamlined approaches to such standards. So, summarizing, I would like to say that all those steps are focused on providing employers with the professionals with the least imaginable qualification gap. For this, we need a social dialogue of business, government, and education. We need professional standards developed by the employers because this is the basis. Thank you very much. Thank you, Taras, for a fluent discussion. And I would like to give the floor to someone who made this forum possible. This is not just a member of the National Agency for Qualification Coordinating. Your integration on our part, ex officio. This is a head of the steering committee of this forum, Vasil Fedyuk. Let's greet this person with a round of applause. And people have already expressed their unanimous appreciation. Thank you for this generous presentation. I am really pleased. But summarizing this forum, I would like to thank everyone who joined this important dialogue on and for development of human capital in the context of Euro integration. After the panelists' discussion, I can understand that the defining line between national and all-European becomes thinner and thinner, almost invisible. And everyone was discussing Euro integration in their own field. So let me add to this discussion that one of the things that we have to take care of in 2024 and its conclusion of the referencing procedure. What will it gain? Automatic recognition of qualifications. But for that, we need also exchange of data exchange between the Ukrainian register and all European databases on qualification. That will be possible to achieve through Europass platform. And one of the steps for 2025 is development of Europass Euroguidance and Coordination Center for the European Qualification Framework. I would like to thank Maria Nava for discussing the necessity of launching the centers in question. However, all those initiatives might remain in the status of playing unless we, all business, educators, government, civil society, contribute to the development of the system of qualification and quality changes in Ukraine. Thank you very much, everyone, for your fruitful discussions, your proposals, for your ideas, and the results of this forum will lay a foundation for the new initiatives and achievements in the context in the context of our accession. And together we will build the future of Ukraine, where our country will pose as the best example of utilization of human capital. Dear colleagues, let me say that the National Qualification System cannot be that well presented and represented, and we wouldn't be able to have such excellent performance unless First Vice Prime Minister Yulia Sverdenko provides us with her assistance. She wanted to be here, but she is on a business trip. She gave us her blessing, and I will report to her personally the results of this forum. So, on behalf of our team, on behalf of the whole forum, Human Capital Value Quality Development, would like to thank Yulia for this systemic assistance, the assistance you provided. We have a great number of challenges. We have something that is unknown. We don't know what the future has exactly has in store for us. But with this kind of discussion, this kind of audience, we know what to do, when to do it, and when the results should be expected and how to achieve them. Thank you for an excellent forum, excellent discussion, high level, competent questions, competency-related questions, and I hope that in the future we will proceed with more strength and dedication. That concludes our 5th International Forum on Capital, Value, Quality and Development. Glory to Ukraine!
Шановні колеги, я маю зі всіх форумів панорамну фотографію на сцені. Запрошую, будь ласка, всіх членів
You're all invited to appear in our family picture. All the team players, all the guests, all the technical personnel, everyone here, those people who contributed in whatever way, whatever fashion. So everything done for this forum, come here and